Please be seated.
हो जाएगा उसके बाद एक लिख लो डॉक्टर यश वो ईडीवीआई की इंट्रोडक्शन
उनका बोलना है प्रोफाइल। यस चावला क्या करेंगे?
यश चावला फ्रॉम इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ
आप लोग की स्पेलिंग गलत है क्या?
इंट्रोडक्शन अबाउट ईडीवीआई ठीक है
कब देंगे सर?
इसके बाद फिर लास्ट में आप वोट करना मेरे को बुला लेना छोड़ो आप तो अब किसी का प्रोफाइल
It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all in the International Conclave on Emerging Technology and Business Intelligence. We are delighted to have gathered here such a distinguished group of researchers, experts, and scholars from around the world to share their knowledge, insight, and ideas on the latest trends and development in emerging technology and business intelligence. I pay my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. S.P. Gupta sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. S.P. Pandey sir, Honorable Chief Guest Professor Rafil Warren from Rocklaw University of Science and Technology, and other delegates. I also welcome all the deans and heads of the departments, worthy faculty members, and dear students. Today, we gathered here for the International Conclave on Emerging Technology for Business Intelligence. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Sakshi Rupeण Sanstita Namastasya 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 Namo Nama. Now, I request our chief guest and all the delegates to please come forward for Deep Prajolan. Thank you, sir. I, Dr. Sunita Rani from Humanities Department, University of Engineering and Technology, Roorkee, welcomes all once again in this conclave. Now, I would request to Dr. Munish Sethi, Sir, Dean Research, University of Engineering and Technology. Sir, please come and share your words.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. S.P. Pandey, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jaglan, all deans, HODs, faculty members, and my dear students. I welcome you all for this event. Now we are on inaugural ceremony of our international conclave on, on emerging technologies and business intelligence. And I welcome all the guests, those who have come all the way from Wrocław University, Poland. I'll give a brief about the whole conclave, just for 4 to 5 minutes, that what all we are going to do. First of all, we are delighted to have gathered such a distinguished group of researchers, experts, scholars all around the world. And with me and Dr. Yash Chawla and Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, we all together are working for this conclave from last, I can say, 3 months together. And we are really delighted all the professors from Wrocław University to be with us. So to start with, this 2-day conclave, it is scheduled on today and tomorrow. It will have a range of plenary talks, round the table discussions, a wide range of topics from all the speakers. So one of the major highlight, it will be the talk by Professor Raphael Warren, who will discuss about the electricity price forecasting. There will be another talk by Professor Warren, who will discuss about the agents-based modeling and innovation. Then today we have Professor Manoj Shukla, who will deliver a talk on optimum multiple access schemes in wireless communication. We have Professor Manu Gupta from IIT Roorkee, who is going to speak about multi-armed bandit problems and its applications. Then Professor Tarun Sharma, who will speak about perspectives on epistemology of energy system optimization. Then Professor Demetrius, he will enlighten about data development analysis. Then in addition to all these talks, which are from our distinguished guests and speakers, we will have talks on renewable energy in thermal energy systems, then how this renewable energy is helpful in thermal, as well as thermal management system in industrial applications. We have one speaker, Mr. Rajiv. He will be joining us in the evening. So after the today's sessions are over, tomorrow we are going to have roundtable discussions. During these discussions, participants, they can exchange some informal conversation with all our speakers in a relaxed and a delighted mode. We can talk to each other what all research areas we can work with, and how can we put ahead, and how can we move ahead to make this our to make this conclave on a successful note. We can exchange our ideas, and most importantly, we can learn different fields from the different speakers from all around the world. Finally, we will conclude this conclave at a happy note, and obviously we'll have some sightseeing around our Uttarakhand, Haridwar, that we have planned that thing also. So this is all about I wanted to share, and I'll ask all the faculty members and students to listen all the talks very carefully and try to learn as much as possible you can. So with this, wish you all the best to all the students and faculty members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As we form the building, but behind this, to make this identification of the building, of the institution, of the university, we need the manpower. And there is so many personality. One of them, our Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. S.P. Gupta, sir, he made a tremendous contribution to make this university a number one in Uttarakhand. I want to brief about SP Gupta, sir. I don't think so that I can say in wordings that I can explain the appreciation. Professor SP Gupta joined the College of Engineering, Roorkee in November 2018 as Director General. He did PhD from IIT Roorkee in 1986 and postdoctoral work from University of Bristol, UK in electrical engineering in 1989. He also did teaching and research in USA from 1 year in 1991. Professor Gupta is his long association with IIT Roorkee, worked on various positions such as Head of Electrical Engineering Department, Dean Alumni Affairs, and Deputy Director. As head of the department, he got a 5 year dual degree BTech plus MTech international program starting in collaboration with the University of Western Ontario, Canada. Professor Gupta made significant contribution in research in various areas of electrical machines, drives, and power electronics. In December 2019, he was conferred with Lifetime Achievement Award by the System Society of India. He traveled to Kuban State, Egerton University, Russia in 2019 with a delegation of College of Engineering Roorkee for signing an MOU between the two institutions. In 2021, he joined as a founder or chancellor of the University of Engineering and Technology, Roorkee. Please give a big clap to Vice Chancellor, sir. Now, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, please share your words of wisdom with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Raphael P. Warren, Professor of Management Science, Conclave University of Science and Technology, Poland. Our Chairman and Chancellor will be shortly joining us, Mr. J.C. Jain. Distinguished invited speakers, deans, heads of departments, esteemed faculty colleagues, dear students, and all members of this beautiful COER family. Good morning to all of you. A hearty welcome to one and all who are present here. I would like to present to you a snapshot of COER institutions. Established in 1998, the COER institutions have grown by leaps and bounds. In 2021, when COER completed 23 years, a decision was taken to launch 3 more institutions on the same campus to develop a model where our students can get best education in a multidisciplinary environment. The University of Engineering and Technology, Roorkee thus came into being in 2021 along with two medical colleges on Ayurveda health education, paramedical sciences, and nursing. Coir is blessed to have a visionary founder in Honorable Mr. J.C. Jain, who is Chairman Coir Institutions and Chancellor of the UETR. He founded Seth Roshan Lal Jain Trust in 1998 and launched Coir at a time when education in self-financing sector was opening up in India. His educational background in the field of mechanical and industrial engineering and his vast experience as leader in industrial world has been a unique asset for raising the quality of education delivery at Coir institutions. It is due to his relentless efforts that Coir over the past 24 years has become a name synonymous with quality education and ranks high in the country. In very near future, all institutions on this campus will operate under a single university to be called a Square University. Well, the university offers 16 UG and PG programs under 5 schools. School of Computing offers BTech honors in computer science and engineering with specialization in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and cybersecurity. Bachelor of Computer Applications, Master of Computer Applications. School of Business Studies offers 5 programs as Bachelor of Business Administration, Master of Business Administration, Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Commerce Honors, and Master of Commerce. School of Smart Agricultural Science offers BSc Agriculture and MSc Agriculture Agronomy. School of Nursing offers a BSc program in nursing, and School of Paramedical Sciences offers program as Bachelor of Physiotherapy, Bachelor of Medical Laboratory Technology, and Bachelor of Medical Radiodiagnosis and Imaging Technology. Besides, Coir Medical College of Ayurveda and Hospitals offers a Bachelor of Ayurvedic Medicine and Surgery course. A very significant distinction has been made to provide global exposure to students. For this purpose, MOUs have already been signed with 6 leading universities in the world. Faculty members and students can travel to these universities for short periods and gain global exposure. Another important initiative has been taken to appoint leaders in academics and industry world over as distinguished mentors to provide a wealth of knowledge from their extensive experience and guide the students in their journey to make a good career. Very happy to share that in its very first year, the university has been recognized as the best emerging university in Uttarakhand and North Zone, consisting of northern states of Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Punjab. I would like to compliment my colleagues and Dr. Munish Sethi, Dean R&D in particular, and Dr. Yash Chawla from Conclave, who Dr. Yash Chawla, who coordinated this event meticulously for the Conclave University, Poland, for taking the initiative of organizing this R&D conclave with eminent speakers from Conclave University, Poland, IIT Roorkee, Professor Manoj Shukla, Director, Rajkiya Engineering College, Kannauj, and Mr. Rajiv Pundir, MD, RMP Technology Solutions. I am confident that this initiative will lead to new opportunities at this university in attaining excellence in research and academic collaborations. So before I conclude, let me ask students, have you heard the name of Nicholas Copernicus? Raise your hand. Nicholas Copernicus. Nicholas Copernicus is one of the best known persons of Poland who first informed the world that it is the sun which is in the center of our solar system. Before that, it was a belief that no, Earth is in the center and everything around it revolves it. So through his extensive mathematical modeling, he proved that it is sun which is in the center of solar system and all other planets moved in perfect circular movement. So Poland is a land of brilliant people, and we have 5 of them here today, and I am sure we will have wonderful time. I especially request all our students to please hold on to their patience and listen to all the talks and gain eminently from that. So in conclusion, I would like to thank all invited eminent speakers for sparing their time to sharing their research experience at this 2 days event. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable wordings you share with us today. Now I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, please felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Rafael Varun from Wroclaw University. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Veera Lakshmi, Dean and Head, School of Business. Ma'am, please come and share your words about Dr. Rafael Varun.
Thank you, Sunita. A very warm good morning to one and all present here. It's indeed my pleasure to welcome Professor Varun. He's a professor of management science, rector's proxy for the evaluation of the quality of scientific activity, head of management and quality studies discipline council, and head of the department of operations research and business intelligence at the Wroclaw University of Science and Technology. He's a member of the Academia Europaea, Academy of Europe, the Statistics and Econometrics Committee of the Polish Academy of Sciences. He has many publications in International Journal of Forecasting, Energy Engineering, Energy Markets, National Economy, and Operation Research and Decisions. He is the recipient of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education Prize for Outstanding Academic Achievements in the year 2016, Emerald Citation of Excellence Award in 2017, the IIF Tao Hong Award for the Best Paper in Energy Forecasting published in the International Journal of Forecasting in 2017, and many more creative minds and Rotla has been awarded to him. Over the last 20 years, Professor Rafael has built an impressive international reputation with well over 5,000 Scopus indexed citations. Dear students and ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Rafael. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Oh, this is lovely. I mean, it's like school. I love it. That school times reminds me of school times. I was a pupil. I had to come. We are in a class. The the teacher entered and we all said good morning. I mean, thank you very much for having me and us here. We were kind of introduced as Professor Veron and his team. So let me just briefly introduce our colleagues here. Anna, please stand up. The lady in the white, white shirt. She's the head of the doctoral school of management science at our university. Her research is on adoption of new technologies, of acceptance, consumers' acceptance. So she'll be talking about her research a bit later today. Thanks, Anna. Thanks. Katarzyna Schneid-Veron, that's a long name. In short, Kasia. She's a professor of theoretical physics, or statistical physics actually, doing social simulations. So she's an expert in social simulations, and one of the best known models in opinion dynamics is named after a paper she has written. Dimitris Sotiros. We've all come here from Poland, but Dimi, in short, he's from Greece. So he's a Greek national, has joined our university 3 years ago and has really enhanced our group, made it more international, more interdisciplinary. So he's a specialist in optimization, in particular in the DEA, so data development analysis. So if you have any questions to ask regarding optimization and DA, he's the person to ask. Thanks, Dean. Last but not least, Yash Chavla, who has been with us. He actually got a PhD from our university. With excellent scores. He's been with us now for 5 years. Well, he's responsible for us being here for a large extent. He has always been our window to India. Now he has opened the door to India, so we are here. Thank you very much. Our group is from Faculty of Management. Actually there is the logo, the right hand side logo with a little 3 figures. That's the Faculty of Management logo. We come from this faculty. However, 4 of us come from the department I'm heading, which is the Department of Operations, Research and Business Intelligence. And business intelligence is something that has been in our minds for a long time. And at some point we decided to open a new curriculum, and we've started a new curriculum a year ago, which is called actual business intelligence. It is a master program where we show the steps from describing the problem, and you can see it actually right now on the previous slide, one of the other slides. This one, yeah, on this slide. So move from the description of the problem, predicting the possible outcomes, up to informed decisions, so the prescriptive part, on making informed decisions on a given problem. We are doing it in our research. This is what we work on. We are teaching this to the students, trying to share our experience. Now, during our panel at NMIT in Jaipur, one of the questions asked to us was, okay, you have young academics, students in the audience. What would be your recommendation for them? In which area they should specialize? What should they do to become researchers? I answered in a maybe not a very standard way. I told them that to be a researcher means you have to enjoy doing research, studying, asking questions, trying to answer them. And this is the most important part of a researcher. It's not important if you specialize in this area or the area. You have to do what you really like. So with this message, I give the mic to Yash, who explained a bit the idea of the ETBI concept. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. really feels like going back to college. We were recently actually in Ajmer. We were at a university where I studied, and then I also worked as my first job. And I was wearing exactly a blue jacket, white shirt, and gray trousers, because that was what I used to wear to college. And when I see you, I just have a nostalgic moment again to go back to that same place. Right. So as Professor Veron already shared about the business intelligence as a direction where we are heading, and most of our research and this curriculum is quite different in terms of a normal curriculum. So as I would show you this to begin with, because this would lead to where ETBI series comes from. So these photos are from something called BI Days, Business Intelligence Days. And Business Intelligence Days is a 15-hour course in the Masters of Business Intelligence program that we are running. But this is a very unique course because it is divided into just 2 days. In the whole semester, just 2 days. So on the first day, as you can see that there are students and these photos and me with the pizza, of course, because we all love pizzas, students as well. So what we did, this course is led by Professor Veron. So we ran social simulations. What do I mean by social simulations? So say we consider all of you, we divide you in a group of 5 or 6 students in each group, and then we say that each group has a country to run. Somebody becomes a prime minister, somebody becomes a finance minister, somebody becomes environmental minister, and so on. Or somebody might have like more than one ministry. And then you are given some resources, you are given some tasks, you are given some targets, so you are given different parameters that you can use or you have to achieve. Or you are free to choose the direction where you go or how you want to achieve it. And then you run these simulations, and students use all the information or the skills or the competencies and knowledge they get in the first semester and apply this knowledge in practice. And then they see that running a country is not as easy as we sit on the couch, look at the debate going on between the political parties and curse them like they don't know nothing. So it's more complicated than that, and everything that you actually learn is very vital to how the society, the businesses, or the country actually runs. Then from this, we move to the second part, where we actually invite a panel of industry, a panel of academia, and the students prepare 3-minute talks. And these 3-minute talks are about their master thesis, the work that they are going to do in their master thesis. So the usual thing that happens is the students present the 3-minute talks, and the academic panel or the industry panel, they basically give feedback, some constructive feedback, some criticism. But what's unique is that the industry people who are always on this side of the audience and always giving feedback also have to come on stage and present 3 minutes about their company or something that they do regarding business intelligence, and then students are free to give them feedback or criticize them. So what we observed, because this is something that we did for the first time, so there were first 3 presentations from the students and nobody was asking questions. 3 or 4 presentations. And then an industry person came here. And then the students saw that we as the academic panel, I was on the industry panel, so the academic panel, which was formed of our colleagues, they started to criticize them that you're not doing a good enough job. And then one student stood up and dared to ask a question, one that led to another one, that led to another one. So over the period of the whole day, the students actually realized that you might not be as experienced as the industry people, but your ideas could be more creative than them, because they might be in a bubble, but you are free thinkers. And that is what we need, critical thinkers, free thinkers, to fuel the next generation of researchers. Because we cannot solve the problems by going in the same direction that we went to actually create the problems. So we did research, we developed technology, and we created problems like global warming, or we created problems like climate change. And now we still want to go the same route to solve those problems in the same way that we created them. So it doesn't work like that. So the concept of the ETBI series, and one of the main reasons to start it from India, was that we have so many young, brilliant students. The only thing that is missing, that according to me, are 2 things. One, access to opportunities sometime, that you want to become a researcher, but maybe you just feel that it is very difficult to get into touch with people who are doing good research. But today we would like, with ETBI series, we would like to break that myth. Any researcher in the world, really any researcher in the world who's doing quality research, and if you have some ideas, if you develop the proper skills, they would be glad to work with you. The second thing that fuels the first thing is the confidence. You need to have a confidence to go on the best universities in the world, look at a professor or look at a researcher who's working in certain areas where you want to work for, and have the daring to write an email to that person that you want to do some research, and would they guide you, or would they help you, or what you should do, or ask their opinion or their feedback or whatever. So this ETBI series is aimed at doing this, plus also it is aimed at increasing a discussion, because how many of you would like to become researchers? One. How many of you like to become entrepreneurs? More? How many of you would like to become successful corporate bankers, or successful people who are doing a 9-to-5 job and then earning a lot of money? Raise, come on. Jobs. So you see this trend? We are going in, India as a country is going in a direction where we want to become job creators. We want to have new startups. We also want to work in innovative fields. And believe me, Jugaad technology still works everywhere in the world, and it has originated here. Right? But the only thing that is missing is we need to go down, or we need to go to the basics, and we need to think that we want to do something new. If you want to start a company, if you want to do a job, if we are not doing something new, we are not creating value in the world. We are just becoming a part of the business as usual thing, which is not going to work in the years to come. Maybe by the time you graduate, your skills and competencies might not be enough for the market. And it is not the problem of the educational institute. It is the problem at the pace that technological evolution is taking place. Nobody is actually able to have a grasp of it. Do you know how many years did it take the telephone to reach 100 million users? Anyone? It took 74 years. And how many years did it take ChatGPT to reach 100 million users? A few days? So you see how somebody launched something on the internet, and it changed the world within a few days. So right now, anybody who is writing blogs, their career is outdated already. People who are writing books, just books with the present knowledge, not the new knowledge, present knowledge, their jobs are almost outdated. ChatGPT or Bing AI might not be as good right now, but wait a year, wait 6 months, and it might be actually better than people who are just writing these things. But what we need are people who can go down to the philosophical level, create, as Professor Veron said, questions, ask fundamental questions, and then find solutions to problems, or find answers to those questions that you ask for. Let me just ask one question to you. We all know Sir Isaac Newton? Yes? The apple fell on his head, fortunately. What was the question that Sir Isaac Newton asked himself when the apple fell on his head? No. Sorry, you were saying something. I think you were... Complete the sentence, please. Sorry. Exactly. So the most important thing is not the first part of the question, but the second part of the question, where Sir Isaac Newton asked, why didn't the apple go up? Because that is what gives you an idea that there must be something that is pulling it down. If it is falling, you just have a visual. So you need to become thinkers, like George Bernard Shaw said, that I see the world, you see the world as it is, and ask why. I see the world as it is not, and ask why not. So that is the two parts of what Newton asked the question. So this ETBI series is an effort to show you that there are so many different directions in which research can go, and research as a career, research as something that we require quality researchers in terms of solving the world problems. So you all are the future for it. So what I would urge you to do, or I would actually request you to do, or not, I will beg you to do, is take a knife and a fork and eat our brains as much as you can. Not literally, okay? It might not taste that good. But ask questions, be free to asking questions, be free to ask opinions. Don't be afraid to be wrong. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid that if I ask a question, what would other people think? Who gives a damn? Be who you are and ask as many questions to us as possible. And this is why we are here for. This is why everybody is here for. And I thank the university for organizing this. I thank Professor Gupta, Professor Jaglan, Professor Munish Sethi. We have been planning this for a few months, and there is a lot of effort that has gone behind this just to provide you all a platform so that you can be free birds and ask the questions and explore the possibilities that research has to offer. Okay, so all the best to you, and I hope that I see the knife and fork in your hands when all the speakers are on stage. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Right, after that long speech, I would, from our side as Faculty of Management, Department of Operation Research and Faculty of Management at Wrocław University of Science and Technology, we would like to offer a token of gratitude to the university. So I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Pro-Vice Chancellors to please come on stage, and my colleagues, please, so we can present the token of appreciation to the university from our end. Can we turn off the projector? Can we turn off the projector for a second?
Thank you so much, sir. Students, as you know, that this is a two-day international conclave, and it's going to be interesting because we have the delegates from Poland, and as I have heard, so I'm very delighted to hear all the delegates, or you also will feel the same. Session will go like at 11:30 you have to come back here. At the very first plenary talk by Professor Raphael Warren on recent advances in electricity prices, forecasting a 2023 perspective. After that, the second talk will be by Professor Karziana Warren, and it is based on social agent-based modeling. The third talk is by Anna Kowalska-Pizalska, and the theme and the topic is smart meters and consumer behavior. I think it is very much related to the SOB department and the management. The fourth plenary talk by Professor Manoj Kumar Shukla. He is director from Rajki Engineering College, Kannauj, and he will talk about optimum multiple access scheme in wireless communication. It is related with all. After that, the lunch break will be there and the session will start from 2:30. And 2:30, the first plenary talk by Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta, and it is based on multi-armed bandit problem and its applications. The next talk is by, this first talk is from 2:30 to 3, and after this at 3 p.m. we start with Dr. Tarun Sharma, and the topic is perspectives on epistemology of energy system optimization. The next talk is by Dr. Kamal Kant Verma for human activities recognition in videos using deep learning. After that, the session will start at 4, and we have the talk by Dr. Munish Sethi sir, and the topic is role of renewable energy in thermal systems. After that, by Mr. Rajiv Pundir, And the talk is of thermal management system from 5 to 5:30. And after that, the last talk is by Dr. Rajesh Kumar Upadhyay sir on human resource management. And these all talks will be very beneficial for you in future. So students, you must take interest in that and you must be present. Thank you all of you. Now I just call Dr. Munish Sethi sir, Dean Research, University of Engineering and Technology, Roorkee. Sir, please come for the vote of thanks.
Chief guest of the event, Professor Warren, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, all the guests, speakers from Poland, from IITs, Dr. Manoj Shukla ji, Director Rajkiya Engineering College. Once again, very good morning and I extend a warm welcome to all of you once again. Now, as we gather today, we come together to explore the latest trends and advancement in technology and business intelligence. Over the next few days, we will have opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions and exchange ideas with our experts and peers across the globe. I mean, there are people from Poland, there are people from IIT. So all my dear students, take maximum advantage, right? So you should ask questions, questions and questions, and get maximum knowledge from all the speakers. So before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Chancellor Sir for giving us this opportunity to organize the event. I would also like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir for his guidance in planning the events, and all those who are, and especially Sir, your guidance is wonderful. I mean, each and every document, you tell us how to prepare the document. It is really wonderful for us, and it's a lifelong learning throughout our life. Then all those who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event successful, especially my organizing committee, organizing team, they have worked day and night to make this event successful. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers who have graciously agreed to share their knowledge and insight with us. So with that, I would like to officially inaugurate ICETBI and wish you all a productive and engaging conference. And to all my students also, I wish you all the best for this coming 2 days. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Okay, students, we will be back at 11:30 here. Now I request all the guests for the high tea outside. All the faculty members will move to the library for the high tea, please. All the faculty members are requested to move to the library for the high tea. And students, thank you so much, and you have to get it back at 11:30 here.
Welcome back. Today I would like to talk about electricity price forecasting, which is of course related to electricity prices. As probably many of you do not have heard about trading electricity before, so there will be a few introductory slides where I will explain the basic concepts. Then I'll move on to the methods, techniques used for electricity price forecasting. As always, I start my talks with a listing of my younger colleagues who are cooperating with me. So it's always behind each professor there's an army of PhD students. This is the army you can see on the slide here, and the names are listed below. So it has been also, I mean, a large part of the contribution is theirs actually. I collect the facts, I present them, they do the work. Okay. So what is electricity trading? What we see here in this slide, it's a plot of today's prices of electricity in India and the Indian Energy Exchange. Prices quoted in rupees per megawatt hour. Megawatt hour is the basic unit that is used to trade electricity. The way the market is constructed here is that we have each day we have 96 15-minute or quarter-hour intervals or load periods, and for each load period there's a separate auction taking place. Now the result of this auction is this green curve, actually the dots on the green curve, because these are the prices established for each of the 96 periods for today. So currently we are, you can see them slightly, currently is what, 11:45 roughly. So we are somewhere around here. So this is current prices. So we also know at this time moment, we know the prices for the rest of the day. This is how these markets operate. They are called day-ahead markets. I will let you settle down so that there's no interruptions. Okay, so at each moment in time, we produce a forecast. We produce a price that is relevant for all transaction done through the exchange for selling electricity and buying electricity between the parties. The parties generally include producers, so generators, power plants, and large-scale or wholesale consumers, usually utilities. Depending on the market, on the country, on the region, there may be some specific things that are different, but the basic concept is that the auctions are held a day earlier. So here in this slide, this is a result of auctions which have taken place roughly 24 hours ago. So in the morning, yesterday morning. This type of day-ahead trading is very common around the world. Actually, in Europe, this is the basic way we trade electricity. Typically, in our markets, we divide the day into 24-hourly intervals, not 96 15-minute. So for each hour of the day, what you see here, we have a bidding that takes place on day D. Bidding takes place in the morning. Whoops. So in the morning of day D, we bid, so we submit the bids to buy and sell electricity the next day. Around noon, those bids are allocated into supply and demand curves, and the intersection of the two give us the price for a given period, load period of the day. The same is repeated the next day and the next day, 365 days in a year. That's how day-ahead electricity markets operate. Now, of course, trading electricity is not only about day-ahead trading, it's also about longer-term contracts. So, of course, in almost every market, you have longer-term contracts. There was an experiment in 1999, 2000, and which ended in 2001 in California in the US. There was an obligation for the major utilities to transact only through the exchange. And due to some manipulation on the side of the producers, the prices went skyrocket, the utilities went bankrupt, and the power exchange had to close. So, I mean, not always this is new to every one of us. It has started in the early 1990s. Scandinavia, in Europe, and the UK were the first to establish formal trading of electricity. In around the year 2000, most European countries had their exchanges already running. In the US, also several regions had their exchanges, Australia as well. So this is the current way we trade electricity. Electricity is a very specific commodity. So I mean, why so much fuss? Why 24 hours for the next day, the load periods, or 96? Well, because if you generate electricity, you cannot store it easily. Well, you can store it. I mean, everyone probably has a mobile phone these days. So you actually are charging your mobile phone, the battery in the mobile phone, and then using it, well, discharge it by using it. Well, you lose around 80% of the electricity. Now, while for a mobile phone, there are other reasons why we do it. For a national scale, for a national power market, this would not be feasible, losing 80% of the electricity. So for this reason, we try. I'll stop for a minute and let them sit down. Okay. So for this reason, the generation has to be matched with demand. So for this reason, we demand forecast. So how much electricity will we need the next day is extremely important, because only then we can plan from what sources where the electricity will be generated. So we have to match in real time the demand and supply. Of course, with more and more batteries in our systems, it will be a bit easier to do it. However, on the other hand, we have the introduction of renewable generation, solar, and especially wind, which is very intermittent, meaning the wind blows when it wants to blow, not when we want it to blow. So the generation from wind power comes only at some moments when there are good weather conditions, not when we need them. The solar is a bit more predictable, so the sun shines during the day. At night there's essentially no sunshine, or not enough light to power the solar panels. So it's more predictive, but still a cloud cover can suddenly change a generation of a solar power plant to the extent that perhaps other sources of electricity have to be used to generate to supply the demand. So this is a market that requires very good planning at different time horizons. So when you are a utility, you plan for a few next years, actually. I mean, this is typically what is done in Europe. We have contracts for the next 3 years. Then when the next year comes closer, you make some adjustments to the next year's consumption. When you are in the year, you make adjustments either to quarters or months of the year. When it comes closer to the next week, the next day. That's how these markets operate. So this is a very sensitive market, very special. To the extent this is one of the very few markets in the world where you have negative prices. A negative price for electricity is you can observe them when the demand is low, but the production from renewables is high. We don't need sometimes, I mean, especially at night or during weekends, we do not need sometimes so much electricity. And on the other hand, the technical problems related to shutting down a coal-fired power plant or coal-fired boiler and setting it up again, they do not offset the cost. So it's better to pay someone to take the electricity from us than shut down and start it on again. So this is a very specific market where forecasting plays a major role. So I was talking about these aggregated bits and for the supply and demand side. So here you have actually a block which has just ended. I mean, okay, this was set yesterday. The price was set yesterday, but this was the block for trading between 11:30 and 11:45. You see the red is the sell orders aggregated. The blue is the buy orders aggregated. And the intersection on the lower axis here gives you the volume, which is roughly 7,500 just over 7,000 megawatts. The price is roughly 7,500 rupees per megawatt hour. So the intersection here gives you the point. So this is done, as I said, every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, in many, many countries around the world. Their markets are very, very similar in this respect. Okay, after this introduction, let me move on to a short history, a very brief history of how we have looked at this problem. How can we forecast those curves? So this green curve, how can we forecast before we need to bid for electricity? So to make better bids in such a way that we can maximize our profits or decrease our costs depending on the perspective we are taking. So this is what my research is about, and this is what my talk is about. So let's look at the models. Well, first of all, what kind of data do we have? So I've shown you just one curve for 1 day. Now this is a curve for 7 days. Actually, 8 days because the 8th day is the red one. So let's say, given the history, and this is data from a European market, so you have 24 points for each day. We are making a forecast for the 24 points for the next day. And you can think of it as an hourly time series, or in some markets, 15-minute time series, but it is more natural and more often taken this perspective where you treat it as a multivariate series. So you treat each load period, each hour or each quarter hour, depending on the market, as a separate contract, and you try to make a forecast here for hour 1, for hour 2, hour 9, and hour 24. So this is how you approach this problem. There are papers when you actually think of it as not a set of points, but think of curves. So think about functional data analysis. I don't know if any of you had this on a course, but you can think of an evolution of a curve. So not an evolution of a point in time, but a whole curve in time. So you can think of the evolution of the curves, and we can model or forecast the evolution of those curves for the next days. Now, having this, of course, then we can discretize it at any point in time and have the exact point. So this is not a very common approach to electricity price forecasting, but it's also a possible way to do it. Now, what type of models we have used in this context? Well, in the 1990s, we usually used regression models. This is one of the most common forecasting models. So a regression model, what it does, it takes the inputs. Here you have the inputs on these white squares, those inputs, and then you multiply those inputs by some weights, add them up, you end up with a variable that you are predicting. Now then, this is just a visual representation of what regression is. Probably in your classes you have seen just a formula, just a weight in sum of the inputs times the coefficients. But I wanted to use a visual formula to show that what is the difference between a regression model, which is a linear model, and a nonlinear model, which is a neural net in this example. So the output here, or the predicted variable, is P. Okay, you probably don't see that the letters are too small. The screen is still too small. Is the price for next day for some hour or for some load period in general. Here you would typically see in this white boxes you would see the same hour yesterday, same hour 2 days ago, the same hour a week ago, perhaps a demand forecast or some temperature forecast, some weather forecast, and some seasonal component, because the data is very seasonal. The patterns repeat to some extent every day, but so we have at night and the middle of the day and in the evening that we have similar behavior, but not exactly every day. So these components are also important. Now, why would anyone want to use a neural net? Well, because the dependence between the price tomorrow and the prices today and let's say in the past days is not exactly linear. So a nonlinear model may catch this dependence better, and hence the use of neural net. So the neural net, what it does essentially has some hidden, maybe one or more hidden layers in here. So again, every arrow here identifies an impact of, there's one variable with some weight, it's aggregated, meaning summed up, the inputs are in this node, then perhaps some nonlinear transformation is applied, and this is passed on forward. So these simple kind of models were the early approaches. So if you are interested in this, recently we've published a paper on the evolution of these models in IEEE Power and Energy magazine. So it's kind of a, let's say, general audience type of article, not a very specialized one. Now, over the years, people have realized that, of course, we as experts may say, okay, this variable is important, so I put it into the model. But perhaps I'm not right. Perhaps it's better for the data to speak for itself, not for us to say this should be used or this not should be used. So one of the approaches that became popular roughly 10 years ago, or even less, was to use regularization. Regularization is an old concept, I mean, it comes from the middle of the previous century, where you try to reduce the impact of some of the variables on the model, on the result, by decreasing the coefficient. This can be done to such an extent that the coefficient becomes zero, so you effectively eliminate some variables from your model. So the basic formula behind this, I don't have too many formulas on my slides, so this is just one of those. So in a typical regression, you would, well, okay, you would just minimize the residual sum of squares. So the residual sum of squares is the difference between the actual data point and your regression line, and the distance squared. So you sum over this. This is the error. So you minimize it, try to your regression line to fit the data point as best as you can. Now, in a regularized regression concept, you add a penalty. This is the blue one here, where you sum over the betas, the coefficients, the ones that stand on these arrows here. Now, doing this using, for instance, a lasso estimator, so a least absolute shrinkage and selection operator, we can reduce many of them to zero. So perhaps we start, let's say, 100, 200, a few thousand variables, inputs into the model, or regressors you can call them, running lasso on them can come up with a result where in the end you use 10 or 20 maybe regressors. So this simplifies the concept, and lets the algorithm choose the variables that are most important, not the expert to say this one and this one. This also gives you some insights on how to build simpler models, because in these squares that you can see here, maybe if you are sitting in the first row, you can still see them. In the squares here, the color identifies how often a given variable is selected. So the green color indicates that this is almost always this variable is important, whereas black means it's not important at all. And the shades in between give it the importance. So for some variables like this one, the middle square here, so on the x-axis you have today's predicted prices, and let's look at hour 18 here. Then you see that for this hour, the same hour, this is yesterday's load forecast for today. So the load forecast is important for the same hour, but also the load forecast for the morning hours is important, and also for the late evening hours. So some of these insights you get from using such shrinkage and selection operators. We have been surprised by the results, actually. We did not expect such results, and using this approach, it's a very simple approach. Some people say it's machine learning, some people say it's statistical learning. It's just a regression, a bit more complicated regression. So it's a simple method which works very well, and this is actually what is currently used as a very good performing benchmark in many studies. Now, you can also increase the complexity of the neural networks used in this context. And of course, one of the advantages of neural networks is then you can build a network with many outputs. I mean, okay, you could say in a regression setting you have the vector autoregressive models. They also have many outputs, but these models just do not perform well with this data. Neural nets have the ability to perform well. You can go deep. You can include more layers to represent more complex structures. You can have much more. You can have also interpretability at some end. I mean, the neural nets are not really easy to interpret, but you can have specific structures which gives you some understanding of what is happening, why these variables, in which way do they impact the final value. So these are the very recent approaches in electricity price forecasting, where such neural nets have been shown to perform better than regression type models. However, at the cost of time and preparation. So you need to know that the hyperparameters and that the many parameters of such models have to be estimated in some way. It's hard to automate these processes. So there's a lot of experiences needed to get forecasts that are really good. So the performance here, you can see it's the green patch inside the kind of gray patch are the errors of a deep neural net compared to a lasso estimated autoregression. So the gray is the lasso estimated regression, the green is the neural net. The smaller is the patch, the better, the smaller errors. These are errors for 5 different markets, 4 European, 1 North American. And for every market, there's a slight improvement. In some markets, this is statistically significant, in some is not. So it can be better, but it does not have to be extremely much better. So already this last estimated model is really a good model. If you want to play around with such models yourself, with this article that I've shown on the previous slide, we have published a Python toolbox for both of those models. So you just type EPF, like electricity price forecasting toolbox, and you can easily find it and play around. There's the data, there are the codes, the results, you can compare. You can use it on different data set, very easy to use. I encourage you to try it. Okay, in the few minutes I have left, I would like to talk about another group of, or type of forecasting. Because when you think forecast, you typically think, let's say, what is the weather tomorrow, or the temperature tomorrow? You think, okay, tomorrow at noon will be, I don't know, 32 degrees Celsius. Now, this is, I mean, mathematically, I would say that the probability of this happening would be 0, depending on the accuracy of the thermometer. However, if you say that this was 90% probability, the temperature will be between 31 degrees and 33 degrees, this will give a lot of information on what is the distribution behind the variable you're observing. And knowing this information in electricity price forecasting means that you can better structure your bids when you're bidding in a power exchange. And we have shown in a certain number of studies that this information is important. You can improve your performance measured in economic terms by, I mean, something between 5 and 15%, or even 20% in some cases. So this really makes a big difference. Okay, so probabilistic forecasting, what is it about? Probabilistic forecasting is a name that does not refer to the method you are using, but refers to the output of your forecast. So you're not trying to get the mean of the variable tomorrow, so let's say the average temperature that should be observed tomorrow at noon, but you want the distribution of possible temperatures tomorrow. Quite often you give a prediction interval, so you say that this will be in this range. So you can have it for the next time step, you can have a multi-time step. So compared to just one point, like the white line on these distributions here, you want the whole red curve optimally. And this is what probabilistic forecasting is about. Now, if we have, at some point, a few years back, we have developed a very simple method to convert point forecasts to probabilistic forecasts. Now, I mean, actually, this was inspired by my experience with the industry, where they were used to point forecasting. They didn't really understand how to make probabilistic forecasts, and it was natural for them to use the models they have developed for point forecasting and plugging into the model we have developed. So, what is this model about? The main concept is about combining forecasts or averaging forecasts. So you have on the left here, you have a set of n different forecasts from, let's say, n different models, or models estimated on different data sets. You somehow estimate the weights, and you just take a weighted sum of them. This is your combined forecast. I mean, this concept goes to the 1960s, to Bates, Crane, Crotty, and Clive Granger, who is actually the Nobel Prize winner. So in economics. So these concepts are old. Now, what we have used, we said, okay, we take these point forecasts, but apply something which is known as quantile regression. So we do not try to kind of fit a mean line, but catch the quantiles of the distribution. So the quantile, I mean, probably you've heard about the quartiles. The quartile, like the 25%, the 50% is the median, the 75. Well, a quantile is any value. So any value between 0 and 1, or 0 and 100%, can be a quantile. So this quantile regression, what it does, it gives you a kind of in a simple setting, like here, the two-dimensional. So you have those gray dots are actual observations. The black line in the middle is a standard linear regression which minimizes the square distance between the black line and those gray dots, whereas the red lines are quantile lines. So the upper one here is such that 5% are above this line, 95% are below. So we can, if this similar we do with the lower line, then in between we have an interval of probability 90%. This is what is probabilistic forecasting about. Now you can improve this even. You can add a last sub penalty in this quantile regression setting, and you can improve this even more, the method. And the method we use the name quantile regression averaging, or QRA in short. And in a global energy forecasting competition in 2014, this method, the first two teams that were competing in the price track, electricity price forecasting track, they used our method. So this is really a simple but a very powerful approach where you want to move from point to probabilistic predictions. Now, okay, neural nets provide you a lot of flexibility. One of it is using a neural net which has outputs which are not predicted points, but are parameters of some parametric distribution. In this example here, for simplicity, I'm using a two-parameter distribution like the Gaussian. So I have the mean and the standard deviation of a distribution. So if I am able to calibrate a network to provide me the parameters of a parametric distribution, I have the distribution of forecast in the end. And when performing this study, of course, Gaussian was one of the distributions, but we also use other distributions. We were expecting that probably this method should be better in probabilistic forecasting, but not necessarily in point forecasting. To our surprise, well, okay, this indeed, I mean, compared to our other benchmarks, we were able to improve or decrease the error between 15 and 20%, which is really a lot. This is a probabilistic measure here, but on the table here and the color table in the upper right, you see that the method, that the greener the better essentially. Also point forecasts obtained from such probabilistic predictions of probabilistic neural net were better than of the methods that are actually trained to do point forecasts. So this was a surprise for us. This paper is currently under review in energy economics, but this is something I'm sharing just with you, the very recent concepts that we have been developing. Okay, so during my talk, which is supposed to end in 2 minutes, I've covered some concepts. So what is electricity trading about? Evolution of the models, and what is probabilistic forecasting about. Of course, there are many, many more topics. I could go on here for hours, but you probably want to listen to some of my colleagues as well, not only me. However, if some of you are interested in working in this area, I suggest you to have a look at my webpage, where you can find the publications I've published over the years, including some reviews with my colleagues. From this you can start. If you have any questions, contact me, contact any of the co-authors. We are really open for questions, cooperation, and helping out. So this is one thing to look at this area. And if some of you have just recently made a PhD and are looking for a postdoc position, I have currently one postdoc position open still in one of my projects on electricity price forecasting. It's a one year postdoc. So any one of you interested, contact me. Thank you very much. Any questions? Is there a mic or?
Sir, very nice presentation. Sir, I have few questions. What is the impact of Ukraine-Russia war on European power trading?
Okay. Okay. I don't have a plot here, but if you look just at the plot of prices of different energy commodities, including electricity prices, but also and especially natural gas prices, you can see that it was a huge impact. However, it started before the war, actually. already before the war, there was tension in the energy markets, and the prices just went skyrocket. Recently, I think 1 or 2 weeks ago, the prices finally dropped. I mean, the natural gas prices dropped to a level comparable before the crisis. I mean, well before the war. So, of course, the impact. I mean, electricity trading or natural gas trading is not just about the delivery from Russia of these products to Europe. However, it has, of course, an impact. And every time in any market, if there is uncertainty about something, the prices tend to increase. So the volatility makes the price increase.
Can we incorporate those uncertainties in our forecasting techniques?
In day-ahead forecasting doesn't make much sense. I mean, it would make sense if you knew a day before the invasion that there will be invasion, then you could make a prediction. But this you don't know it really. I mean, okay, some people knew it, but most of us had no idea. In longer term forecasting, again, how can I predict that in a month from now Russia will invade Ukraine or any other country? These things are beyond our control, beyond comprehension. There's no way, unless you are extremely well informed about some issues, so you kind of have insider information, there's no way to make predictions. In general, predicting is about assuming that the past will repeat itself. This is the basic assumption that we make. So that's why I like so much day-ahead forecasting, because not much can happen in this period. I mean, this is something that can be actually predicted. When you think about predictions that go a year ahead, 5 years ago, a few decades ahead, oh, this is more speculation. I mean, you can think about scenarios, but assigning probabilities to those particular paths is not really, okay, maybe I wouldn't use the too strong words. It's very unlikely to have the right probabilities attached to those possible scenarios.
Sir, is there any benefit of 1 hour block trading and 15-minute block trading? Because in India, we are using 15-minute block.
Yeah, it's the structure of the market. I mean, at some point somebody said, "Oh, let's have 1 hour trading, or let's have 15 minutes." In Australia, the basic unit is 5 minutes. So it really depends on how the market was regulated and how it was set up. With fewer blocks, you have fewer auctions, so you don't have to submit
Subsidy on off-peak hours.
What is the effect of what subsidy?
Government subsidies. Actually, in India, government provides subsidies for off-peak hours.
Okay, what kind of subsidy is it? I do not know.
Like if you are using the electricity in the night time and the industries are not operating, then.
Okay, of course, I'm not an expert on Indian market, so I cannot say what is the impact on India. I mean, but this is common almost. I mean, in most countries I've heard about. Okay, as I said, the most difficult thing to do with electricity network is to match the demand at its peak, because this is the hard. So whatever you can do to shave the peaks, to distribute this consumption to other hours, is for the good of the system. Of course, for the prices also, but it is possible then to manage demand. So if you are subsidizing in Poland, the subsidies are through, even if you are not a member of the exchange, you're not trading on the exchange, so you don't have these 24 different hour prices, you have typically a different night tariff and a day tariff. So when you're consuming electricity during the day, you pay more. When you are consuming at night, you pay less. If you are a big industrial plant, you have kind of an hourly trading. So of course, this is good for the system in general. And well, if you can shift your production or consumption to an off-peak period, of course, it's good for the system and decreases the price.
Sir, one more question, the last question. What is is open access good? Open access good for
open access to what?
Open access of electricity.
What do you mean open access to electricity?
Actually, large player can buy the electricity from their own self by using the setup of the distribution sectors.
I'm not getting the question.
Talking about the system where somebody can purchase for chunk of electricity at subsidy requirement.
Yes, yes, sir, yes.
That he's asking for. For example, in India, currently it is available that you can have a prepaid meters. And you can opt the vendors also, whether you want to take the electricity from Mr. A or Mr. B or Mr. C. And how much electricity do you want to use as a consumer? for how many hours you want.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But why do you call it open access? In what sense?
Sir,
Changing the provider. This is the idea. That, yeah, of course. I mean, in general, yes. I mean, I don't know if there are examples where a monopoly works better than the competition. So in terms of prices, so yeah, in general, yes, it is better.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Well, okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable lecture we have today from you. Now, I request Vice Chancellor, sir, please present the memento to Dr. Raphael Warren, sir, as a token of love. Please, sir. Yeah, of course, sorry. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the next lecture is by Professor Manoj Kumar Shukla. Before sir has started the lecture, I want to brief the profile of sir. Professor Manoj Kumar Shukla is working as Director Rajkiya Engineering College, Kannauj. He served as Pro Vice Chancellor Registrar in Harkach Butler Technical University, Kanpur. He is also engaged as Professor in Department of Electronics Engineering, Harkach Butler Technical University, Kanpur, India. He received his BTech degree in Electronics Engineering from Amravati University, India in 1991, and MTech degree in Communication Engineering from the Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, India in 2004, and pursuing PhD degree from the same institute since 2005. He has more than 20 years of teaching and research experience in the area of circuit design and communication engineering. He has supervised a number of MTech theses. He has worked as reviewer for several conferences and journals of repute. He has published more than 70 research papers in different journals and conferences. He is life member of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, India, and Indian Society of Technical Education. His current research interests include design and analysis of interlevers for multiple access schemes in wireless and mobile networks, channel coding, QoS issues, VHDL coding for communication models, and next generation networks. Now, I request to Manoj Kumar Shukla, sir, and the topic of the lecture is Optimum Multiple Access, a scheme in wireless communication. Please, sir.
Excuse me, madam. Excuse me. तब मैं बात कर लेता हूँ बच्चों से. Well, so morning is gone, now it is noon, so good afternoon. मैं जरा चश्मा दे देंगे. I am very fortunate to be here. Once I have also worked in Dehradun Institute of Technology in 2004. So during those days, I have only heard the name of this college, but I was never lucky to be here. So this time I have come here. I'm very happy to see all of you. Some old, faculties are also here. Very senior faculties are also here who are staying in this college since its inception. It's really very good, and it's good for the college as well as for you also. Gentlemen, actually, I'm working in the area of wireless communication as Dr. Rani has just told. And in this area, there are many more interesting things, especially for the students belonging to the computer science, electronics engineering, and electrical engineering. These people can have. Okay. Better. Yesterday, I was having a talk on assembly line balancing. Actually, I was in industry for around 10 years. So I was working in research and development sections of the different industries, including the television industry and the smoke detector industry and many more. I was doing always research on the circuit design, basically. Presently, I'm working in this area and as well as administrating the different institutes, whatever the capabilities. Okay, thank you. So, gentlemen, let's start. I will try to keep it more interesting, more beneficial to all of you who are working in this area. So what are the multiple nutrients in multiple access schemes and wireless communication that we are going to have? I have a lot more areas in this where you can do further researches in this area as a BTech student, as a MTech student, or as a PhD student. In fact, in my view, research is that where the things are already lying in the horizon, we have to only search it again. So there is nothing new. Now, what is the exact problem is? Problem is that there is a electromagnetic spectrum, means radio frequency spectrum is lying with us, and we have to share it with various users. In fact, whenever we are talking about the wireless communication, we are having two things. One is transmitter, another is receiver, and in between there is a channel. So when there is a channel, there is a frequency spectrum through which we are transmitting the information from transmitter to receiver. In our case, one person who is holding the mobile phone in his hand is a transmitter, and other person who is residing in the same cell, I'm just imagining he is in the same cell, so he is the receiver. He may be in another cell also, but that comes under different things. So I'm only concentrating here on only multiple access scheme. So how this channel, which is having some frequency spectrum, has to be shared. That is the thing which we have to see in this multiple access scheme. How can we share it? We can share it in terms of time, we can share it in terms of space, we can share it in terms of frequency. That frequency spectrum, we can share it in that time. What is exactly multiple access scheme is there that I want to just explain to the students and of UG, and if there is a PG students or PhD students. Exactly, if I talk about the multiple access schemes, I just presume the scenario where this hall is there. Suppose we take same hall, and only one mic is there, and only one speaker can talk at a time. And if I am holding the mic, only I can speak, or some other speaker is there, only he can speak. If every person is given certain time to speak, out of the total time available, this is time division multiple access. This is called TDMA. In a very simple language, if I just explain to the students, the total time divided by the number of users, accordingly, time is being allotted to every user, so it is called TDMA. Also, we know that we talk in our audio frequency range, that is 20 Hertz to 20 kilohertz. If we divide this frequency range into certain frequency bands, and every user is given certain frequency band to speak, this is called FDMA. But there is another frequency, there is another multiple access scheme that is called CDMA, Code Division Multiple Access Scheme. This is certainly in 1993, Qualcomm Corporation first incorporated it in the world. CDMA was having wonderful capabilities that everyone can speak every time without any curtailment in the quality. So CDMA was a fantastic multiple schemes where we can say no small rooms, everyone is speaking in different language. How can then privacy will be maintained? If I am talking to someone, you are talking to some other person is talking to another person, how can the privacy be maintained? You will also hear my conversation. So this can be how it can be maintained. It can be maintained if we are talking in different languages. Suppose we are talking, I am talking in Tamil, you people are talking in Bangla, some people are talking in German, some people are talking in Polish. So nobody can understand each other. Only the counterpart can understand each other, to whom we are talking about. So in that case, the CDMA was the scheme where every couple who were engaged in conversation were given unique codes. Those are called PN sequence codes, pseudo-randomized sequence codes, by which the signal of two users is orthogonal to each other. Now, what is orthogonality? That I will just explain after this. So this is a general specification. If I see about TDMA, I will not go deep into it because you can see these specification in your books also. There's nothing specific, but I would like to just tell you, initially in 1983, if we go in the history of the cellular communication, सबसे पहले कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन 1983 में AT&T ने न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में सबसे पहले एक टावर लगाया और उस टावर से उसने कहा कि हम आपको वायरलेस कम्युनिकेशन, मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन देने वाले हैं। आपको हैरत होगी जानकर के उसकी कैपेबिलिटीज क्या थी। वो FDA में बेस्ड था। पहली बात फ्रीक्वेंसी डिवीजन मल्टीपल एक्सेस की मींस टोटल फ्रीक्वेंसी स्लॉट जितना था वो 3 डिफरेंट यूजर्स में बांट दिया जाता था और उस टावर से केवल एक टाइम पर 3 यूजर engage हो सकते थे। Only 3 users were able to communicate to their counterparts। और cellular phone का size it was quite heavy to be installed in your vehicle। You were not able to hold it in your hand। 1983 huge waiting line was there। So consumer companies immediately they are marked that the huge market is lying here, we should further investigate in wireless communication so that cellular companies from here exactly this communication era start। before that it was there, but it was for the only security purposes, means with the military applications, not for the public uses। From 1991, as I have already told you, the CDMA was invented in Bell Laboratories, but it was used in only defense purposes। In 1993, Qualcomm Corporation, they introduced in the market, and then it came to the market finally। But after 2000, IMT, that is International Telecommunication Union, ITU rather I must say, ITU floated a protocol that is called IMT 2000, where they they basically framed a set of experts committee and decided to categorize the communication in WCDMA and CDMA1, 2 categories। Whatever we are having presently, हमारे यहाँ जितनी भी सर्विसेज चलती हैं, रिलायंस की सर्विस चलती थी किस पर? CDMA पे, और बाकी की सर्विस चलती थी GSM पर। जैसा कि हम लोग जानते हैं GSM एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है वो आप बुक से भी पढ़ सकते हैं, और अगर आप कहेंगे तो मैं एक लाइन में उसको बता भी सकता हूं कि GSM क्या होता है, एग्जैक्टली CDMA क्या होता है। कहीं कहीं पर बुक्स में लिखा नहीं मिलता तो बच्चों को दिक्कत भी होती है कई बार। चलिए आगे चलते हैं। सो बेसिकली TDMA में क्या होता था, जैसा कि दिख रहा है, you are having certain users U1, U2, U3 and their data is being buffered and a switch was there। In 1990s, when mobile communication started, 1995 rather I must say, when mobile communication started in India and we were having the mobile sets in our hand, in those days you will be astonished by knowing that we were having the call rates of the incoming as well as outgoing both, 7 rupees 20 paise per minute, and there was no caller ID application on our phone. ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट सेट होता था. अगर पुराने लोगों को थोड़ा सा याद होगा तो इट वाज फर्स्ट सेट वाज नोकिया 5110, देन नोकिया 3115, ऐसे कुछ था नंबर जो मुझे याद आ रहा है. हाँ, नोकिया 5110 सबसे पहले था, फिर 3310 आया था उसके बाद. हाँ, 3310 आया था उसके बाद. और बच्चों बहुत महंगा होता था, ये हर एक आदमी नहीं रख सकता था. एक फोन रखना, और इतना डर लगता था कि जब इनकमिंग कॉल आती थी, नंबर तो आता नहीं था, किसका है पता नहीं, उठा लिया तो गए. अगर उधर वाला गप मारने के मूड में है या उसको हम जानते ही नहीं है. कई बार मेरे साथ हुआ, मुझे फोन आया, सडनली फोन रिंग, मैंने उठाया, बोले, हमने कहा हेलो, तो उधर कहता साहब मेरा ट्रक फंस गया है, साहब पुलिस वाले से बात कर लो. तो मैंने कहा तुमने किसको फोन लगाया? उसने कहा आप फला बोल रहे हो, ट्रांसपोर्ट कंपनी के मालिक. मैंने कहा नहीं भाई, मैं लेकिन मेरे तो गए 7 रुपए 20 पैसे तुरंत लग चुके थे. तो ये प्रॉब्लम थी पहले बहुत. इनफैक्ट मैं कहूंगा कि ट्राई, जो टेलीफोन रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, ट्राई, उसने आने के बाद में इसको काफी रेगुलराइज किया, इनके टैरिफ्स को कंट्रोल किया. वरना हम लोग बहुत ही पैथेटिक कंडीशंस में थे. लोग हंसते थे ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड, दूसरे कंट्रीज के लोग, कि इंडिया में ये हालत है कि इनकमिंग के पैसे पड़ते हैं, आउटगोइंग के तो पड़े, इनकमिंग के वो भी 7 रुपए 20 पैसे 1 मिनट के. अब आज की डेट में तो आप जानते हैं कि ऑलमोस्ट इट इज, अरे अभी डेटा के पर्पज से देखें, अगर डेटा हम लोग देखते थे पीछे, तो अभी कुछ साल पहले तक 1 GB डेटा 250 रुपए का पड़ता था. आज तो आप लगभग 1.5 GB 2 GB पर डे कंज्यूम कर देते हैं, आपको पता नहीं चलता. एनीवे, फिर से वापस लौटते हैं ताकि मैं अपने समय से लिमिटेड रहूं. तो टीडीएमए में डेटा को बफर कर लेते थे, और आगे एक स्विच लगा होता है जहां फ्रेम लिखा है, यहां हर एक का डेटा, हर यूजर का डेटा असेंबल कर लिया जाता था. 1 2 3 4 जितने भी यूजर थे, U1 U2 U3 U4, एंड आफ्टर दैट देयर वाज स्विच जो कि बारी बारी से हर यूजर का डेटा भेजता है टाइम फ्रेम में. दैट्स व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड टीडीएमए. टाइम डिवीजन हर एक को दे दिया गया, और रिसीवर पर अकॉर्डिंगली उसको डिकोड किया जाता है. ये देखिए इसका ब्लॉक डायग्राम है, जो कि स्पष्ट यही करता है कि जो यूजर है, 2 यूजर दिखाए गए हैं जिसमें कि स्विच है. स्विच एक बार एक को कनेक्ट करेगा, एक बार एक को कनेक्ट करेगा. यहां पर 2 दिखाए सिंपलिसिटी के लिए. यू कैन हैव द अदर यूजर, मल्टीपल यूजर्स आल्सो. So accordingly your switch has to be also multiple thrown switch, which can be have multiple throw. So depending on that, it can be connected to any user, and accordingly it can work. Now what is the advantage? Advantage is that flexible bit rate, no frequency guard band required, no need for precise narrowband filters. What is exactly narrowband filters? Actually, whenever you are transmitting the signal in TDMA, there is no need of filters for just filtering out the noise, which was the problem in FDMA. FDMA में प्रॉब्लम थी कि वहां फिल्टरिंग करनी पड़ती थी. 2 यूजर के बीच के डेटा को एक दूसरे से अलग रखने के लिए बीच में फिल्टर लगा करके इसको डेटा अलग किया जाए, इसका फ्रीक्वेंसी बैंड अलग किया जाए. दिस वाज द प्रॉब्लम इन दैट. So as that was not done, so इसमें you were having the extended battery life. There was another thing was hand off mechanism. जो वायरलेस के जो लोग हैं, जो काम करते हैं इसमें, वो जानते हैं हैंड ऑफ क्या होता है. when a person is just traveling from one cellular system to another cellular area, so he is being handed over from this cell to another cell without his knowledge. He is not in knowledge that I am being handed over from one gangster to another gangster, but it is done. Also the cost effectiveness is also there in TDMA. Now what is the disadvantage? The major disadvantage here was that synchronization. If at the transmitter end multiple users are there and your data is you are one of them, multiple users, you are one of them, and your data is also being sent to the transmitters to receiver, and if synchronized switches is malfunctioning, it is quite possible that your data may be delivered to some other person. जो आज नहीं होता है, जो पहले के लोग होंगे वो इस बात को याद करते होंगे कि कभी-कभी क्रॉस टॉकिंग होती थी, शायद अभी भी होती हो जाती है. वो क्यों होती है उसका मैं कारण बताता हूं। मैं मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन में आपकी जो भी क्वेरीज होंगी, एनी क्वेरीज अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस टॉक, आई कैन आंसर यू, क्योंकि मैंने इसी पर बहुत टाइम लगाया है और इसी पर मेरी पीएचडी हुई है, तो इस पर मैं समझता हूं कि थोड़ा बहुत मैं जान चुका हूं। तो जो भी आपकी क्वेरीज होंगी, जो जनरल नॉलेज की क्वेरीज भी हैं, बहुत सी चीजें हैं, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें हैं जो लोगों को नहीं पता, बहुत से मिथ्स हैं मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन को लेकर के, टेक्नोलॉजीज को लेकर के, 4G एंड 5G एंड 6G एंड सो ऑन, वो भी लोगों के दिमाग में घूमते रहते हैं। अक्सर लोग पूछ बैठते हैं, छोटे भाई लोग पूछ लेते हैं या बड़े लोग पूछ लेते हैं, हमको नहीं पता होता। अगर वैसे कोई क्वेश्चंस आपके पास हैं तो आप प्लीज पूछ सकते हैं मुझे बीच में भी रोक करके, क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर दोनों तरफ से प्रश्न और उत्तर चलते रहे तो सेशन थोड़ा सा रुचिकर बना रहता है। नहीं तो मैंने तो टीचर दो तरीके के देखे हैं, मैं कल भी जब लेक्चर ले रहा था बोल रहा था, टीचर्स मैंने भी दो तरीके के देखे हैं, एक वो जो बोर्ड को पढ़ाते हैं और एक वो जो बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं। नॉलेज होना एक अलग चीज है, नॉलेज को शब्दों में ढाल करके सामने के वाले के दिमाग में लिखवाना, ये बिल्कुल अलग चीज होती है। थैंक यू। तो मैं कोशिश करता हूं कि, और मेरा मानना है जैसा कि अभी डॉक्टर वारिन ने कहा कि हम बैठे होते हैं पीछे, हम सोचते हैं कि हम क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो सामने वाला, साइड वाला, आगे वाला क्या सोचेगा। इनको ये भी नहीं आता, बच्चों हो सकता उसको भी ना आता हो, और ये होता है, उसको भी उसका उत्तर नहीं पता होता, लेकिन वो नहीं पूछता। आप इसलिए नहीं पूछते कि उसने नहीं पूछा, हो सकता उसे पता हो, आपको कैसे पता उसे पता होगा। हो सकता उसको भी ना पता हो सकता उसके दिमाग में वो प्रश्न आया ही ना हो। सो आई वुड लाइक टू say to you that please ask the question whatever you are having in mind, and sometimes I feel that better logic is hidden inside the illogical questions. So whatever the questions you are having, you can anytime raise your hand. कभी भी दिमाग में कुछ भी आवे, आप, मैं भी क्लास में जब पढ़ाता हूं बच्चों को तो मैं यही कहता हूं, कुछ भी पूछना है कभी भी पूछो, उससे आपके दिमाग की जितनी भी, देखो मैं आपको बताऊं एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज बताता हूं, थोड़ा सा एक ऑफ रूट होकर के। हमारे यहाँ का जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है आज की डेट में, लोग कहते हैं ना पहले अच्छा होता था जब नालंदा तक्षशिला होता था, और अब उसको खिलजी महाराज ने जाके जला दिया, ऐसे बोलते हैं ना। और अब क्या आज की डेट में क्या अंतर था बेसिकली, यूरोपियन सिस्टम में अब क्या ऐसा है जो हमारे यहां नहीं दिखता है। डिफरेंस मैं बताता हूं, नहीं मैं बताता हूं डिफरेंस आपको एग्जैक्टली। जैसे मैं हिंदी लैंग्वेज का एग्जांपल लूं, उससे आप समझ लेंगे ज्यादा अच्छा। कबीर की जीवनी जैसी थी वैसी आज है, आगे भी वैसी रहेगी ना। गांधी जी की भी वही रहेगी, सूरदास वही रहेंगे, नहीं। डिफरेंस ये है कि हम इसको ऐसे इमेजिन करें कि यदि कबीर दास उस समय ना होकर के आज की डेट में उत्तराखंड में पैदा होते, आज की डेट में, आज के राजनीतिक माहौल में, तो वो किस तरह की कविताएं कर रहे होते। नाउ आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन, दिस नीड्स एनालिसिस, दिस नीड्स थिंकिंग। अभी हमारे यहां जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम वो क्या है, केवल जीवनी रटो, एग्जाम में वॉमिट करो उस पर कॉपी पे और चले जाओ, एंड यू विल गेट गुड मार्क्स 90%, 99%। बट फैक्ट क्या हुआ, आपने सीखा नहीं, आपने रटा है। और मेरा कहना है सीखो उसको ताकि उसको समझो। तो तभी मैं बोलता हूं कि जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं, बता रहा हूं, समझा रहा हूं, कुछ भी नहीं समझ में आता, रेज योर हैंड्स एंड प्लीज आस्क द क्वेश्चंस। सो नाउ आई विल गो फॉर एफडीएमए। स्पेसिफिकेशंस बुक्स में भी दिए, इसमें मैं नहीं जाना चाहूंगा। एडवांटेजेस की बात करें तो बहुत ही सिंपल इसका आर्किटेक्चर होता है एफडीएमए का। सबसे पहला टावर जो 1983 में लगाया गया, इट वाज बेस्ड ऑन एफडीएमए इटसेल्फ ओनली। So it was having quite simple system. TDMA was the first generation mobile communication was based on FDMA. Then the second generation mobile communication came to the TDMA. Then third generation come about the CDMA and the mixing of that further. These disadvantages in CDMA was that you are prone to have the guard band between two users' data, and this was requiring RF filters also. There were a lot more tech problems are there, but though the hardware was quite simple, also limited number of users can be accommodated inside a frequency band. भाई फ्रीक्वेंसी बैंड इतना बड़ा है, अगर आपने को काट दिया और उसमें यूजर्स को अकोमोडेट किया, कितने यूजर कर पाएंगे? अल्टीमेटली देयर विल बी number of users will be limited, and same was the problem in CDMA also. Another problem is that in CDMA, in FDMA especially, when one person is talking, another is hearing. When he is talking, I am hearing. So only one channel is in the use. In fact, in communication, what happens in FDMA? Every user is being given two sets of frequencies, one for transmission, another for reception. Same frequency is not being utilized for the transmission as well as reception. So one is for transmission, another is for reception. If I am talking, so I am using my transmission frequency, but my receiving frequency band is idle. It's not in use. Similarly, for other persons, his receiving frequency band is in use, while his transmitting frequency band is not in use. So in every case, one frequency band is idle. So that was the problem in FDMA. It was totally inefficient. Another was SDMA, but it was never implemented. Here, space division multiple access in a particular direction. Antennas were there who were focusing in a particular direction, and the transmission was taking out. Similarly, the polarization division multiple access was there also. So I will not concentrate on that. You can have some data about from the books also. Now, let's go for spectrum communication. That is the most important, which I will call CDMA. Let us I just give you the glimpse of GSM. What is exactly GSM? In GSM, you are having the combination of FDMA and TDMA. In TDMA, you are having the time slot for a particular person, and the whole frequency band was given. Whole frequency band was given, so quality of service, quality of sound was very good, but time limit was there. Very less time was given to every user for transmitting his data. So suppose if you have to transmit a whole good amount of data, but your time is very small, so whenever you have to transmit the data, if you are not able to transmit the data within that time, you have to wait for your next round. So that was the problem in TDMA. But in case of CDMA, I have already told you some codes were allotted. Now see, this was the conventional transmission system where limited bandwidth is there while power is there. What happens? हम लोग जनरल में जो ट्रांसमिशन करते हैं, तो जैसे हमें यहां से आवाज दूर तक भेजनी है, तो हमारी फ्रीक्वेंसी बैंड क्या होगी? 20 हर्ट्ज से 20 किलो हर्ट्ज. जो ऑडियो में बात करेंगे, अगर दूर तक भेजनी है तो कैसे भेजेंगे? उसका पावर लेवल बढ़ा देंगे. तो देखिए पावर लेवल बढ़ा दिया, बैंडविड्थ इज लिमिटेड. बट इन सीडीएमए इज नॉट हैपनिंग. सीडीएमए में क्या कर रहे हैं? इन सीडीएमए वी आर हैविंग वेरी वाइड बैंडविड्थ, बट पावर लेवल इज वेरी लो. तो देखिए दोनों का सेम टोटल पावर. Even sometimes or always I will say this spectrum, this one is below the noise level. It is below the noise level. Now the question comes, is the noise is not affecting it? If it is below noise level, why it is not getting disturbed? What is exactly noise? If I define noise, noise is the entity which is at unwanted place. Suppose you say grass. It is not a noise in the ground, but it is noise in your drawing room. Similarly, food. It is not a noise in your plate, but at a street or at a road, if it is lying, it is just a garbage. It is a noise. So If we are conversing with each other, our signal is not noise to each other, but for others it is a noise. हम जब बात करते हैं आपस में, दो चार लोग बात कर रहे हैं, तो जब हम दो लोग बात कर रहे हैं तो हमारी बातें आपस में नॉइस नहीं है एक दूसरे के लिए, लेकिन जो दूसरे लोग बात कर रहे हैं उनके लिए हमारी आवाज नॉइस है, और जब हमारे लिए उनकी आवाज नॉइस है, तो नॉइस का मतलब ये समझ लीजिए कि नॉइस एग्जैक्टली होती क्या है, उसको डेफिनेशन वाइज एक बात बहुत दिमाग से समझ लेना चाहिए. नॉइस डजंट मीन anything strange. Noise is that thing which is not at a particular place where it should be. So spread spectrum communication is having the same power, but it is signal is below the noise. Then how it is being saved, that I will tell you. We are having two systems here, that FHMA, then DSMA, then frequency hot multiple access and direct sequence multiple access. THMA नहीं आता पिक्चर में, हम लोग यूज नहीं करते हैं, ज्यादा उसका प्रयोग नहीं होता क्योंकि बहुत सक्सेसफुल नहीं रहा था, केवल FHMA भी ही यूज रहा था. FHMA आज भी यूज होता है मिलिट्री एप्लीकेशंस में, वो हम लोगों के लिए पब्लिक में अवेलेबल नहीं है. हमारे लिए पब्लिक में केवल DSMA अवेलेबल है, जिसे हम CDMA के नाम से जानते हैं. मैं तेजी से जरा कवर कर देता हूं ताकि यहां पर एक चीज इंपॉर्टेंट आती है कि दोनों के सिग्नल्स, दो यूजर्स होते हैं, उनके सिग्नल्स आपस में क्यों नहीं इंटरफियर करते. Here the concept comes from the correlation. So if you have studied the books like BP Lathi and others, then Prokis, बीटेक में जो भी आपके यहाँ किताबें चलती हो, मुझे नहीं अंदाजा है इधर कौन सी बुक्स चलती हैं. So उसमें आप लोग देखेंगे कि correlation is being given, auto correlation and cross correlation, these two things have been given. So I will talk here about the auto correlation and cross correlation. What exactly is one line? If you have been admitted over here, your knowledge level with respect to other students, it is the cross correlation of yourself with others. And if your knowledge level with yourself after 4 years, जब आप पास आउट हो रहे हैं तो उस वक्त आपका नॉलेज आपके फर्स्ट ईयर के नॉलेज से क्या है, देन इट इज कॉल्ड ऑटो कोरिलेशन. कोरिलेशन विद योरसेल्फ इज कॉल्ड ऑटो कोरिलेशन, कोरिलेशन विद अदर्स इज कॉल्ड क्रॉस कोरिलेशन. आई होप दैट यू गॉट इट. क्रॉस कोरिलेशन एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है, ऑटो कोरिलेशन खुद से खुद का रिलेशन होता है. क्रॉस कोरिलेशन खुद से पड़ोसी का रिलेशन होता है कि उससे हमारी कितनी रिजेंबिलिटीज है, कितनी हमारी समानताएं हैं, वो होता है cross correlation. In this case, when my signal and other signal, it should not interfere with each other, it means its cross correlation must be 0. And for calculating the cross correlation in analog signal, if you remember it, the formula was there, 1 over time interval integral from a particular time to another time, x1t into x2t dt. It was the formula for cross correlation. If you go for BP Lathi book, that is very common to all engineering colleges, but that was for the analog signals. When you know that x1 of t is something sin omega t and x2 of t is something cos omega t, and accordingly you can calculate it very easily by mathematical analysis. We Indians are very good in terms of mathematics in comparison to others. हमारी टक्कर में सिर्फ रशियंस आते हैं. रशियन की मैथमेटिक्स हमसे भी ठीक ठाक है, बराबर है लगभग. बाकी हमारी टक्कर में और कोई वर्ल्ड के कंट्रीज नहीं आती. तो ऑटो कोरिलेशन, क्रॉस कोरिलेशन. अच्छा, ऑटो कोरिलेशन क्या होता है? ऑटो कोरिलेशन होता है 1 over time interval integral from me with some concrete conclusion that how to calculate the correlation of the digital signal. Then I derived this, which is before you very easily, but मुझे बहुत टाइम लगा था इसको कैलकुलेट करने में. ये कैसे कैलकुलेट करेंगे, दैट मैकेनिज्म, क्योंकि कहीं बुक्स में नहीं. तो इसमें क्या करते हैं दोनों का, इसीलिए हम यहाँ मॉडुलो 2 सम निकालते हैं. आप लोग डिजिटल गेट्स पढ़ते हैं, बहुत आसानी से पढ़ते हैं, आपको लगता है डिजिटल गेट्स बहुत इजी हैं. ना, क्या डिजिटल गेट में मल्टीप्लिकेशन अगर 2 सिग्नल का करना है तो कैसे करेंगे? एक ऑब्वियस आंसर आएगा कि एंड गेट से करेंगे. गलत, एक्सऑर से करते हैं. क्योंकि अगर बाइनरी, अगर -1 +1 में डेटा है जिसे 0 कहते हैं, 0 को आप -1 लिखिए, और फिर देखिए आप ट्रुथ टेबल एक्सऑर की बना के देखिए जरा, 0 0 0 0 1 1 1 0 1 0 0 0 और 1 1 0, 1 1 भी 0 जाता है। आप 0 को -1 लिख दीजिए जरा, तो -1 क्या उत्तर आएगा? 1। सेम डेटा अगर एक्सनॉर गेट है, आप एक्सनॉर गेट करना चाहें तो एक्सनॉर गेट करके देख लें। एक्सनॉर गेट में आप बोर्ड नहीं है तो मैं करके दिखा देता। एक्सनॉर गेट की ट्रुथ टेबल लिखिए जरा और देखिए दिमाग में, -1 -1 +1, -1 और 1, वेरी गुड, 1 -1, वेरी गुड, एंड 1 and 1। तो ध्यान से देखिए, जब दोनों बिट सेम है तो आउटपुट क्या है, और जब दोनों बिट डिफरेंट है तो आउटपुट क्या है? करेक्ट, ठीक है ना? दोनों बिट सेम है। हाँ बोलो बोलो बेटा, तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन है दिमाग में। जब तुम लोग काफी किताब नहीं लेके आए, हाँ मुझे इसीलिए पता था, अभी तो आपने शुरुआत ही नहीं मुझे दी। मैं तो मास्टर आदमी हूँ, पढ़ाने पे आता हूँ तो मुझे तो टाइम लगता है। तो मैं जल्दी से इसको वाइंड अप करता हूँ। कभी बुलाएंगे तो फिर मैं आके एग्जैक्टली पढ़ा दूंगा आपको कि कैसे कम्युनिकेशन इंजीनियरिंग काम करती है, जो कि मेरे ख्याल से कंप्यूटर साइंस के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स के लिए इट इज जस्ट लाइक एनीथिंग। और मैं रिपीट करता हूँ, you will not find in books, any of the books, from any countries all over the world, क्योंकि इस पर बहुत काम किया, बहुत मेहनत की है मैंने, और उसके बाद इस स्टेज पे पहुंचा हूं। एनीवे, इसीलिए मॉडुलो 2 सम निकालते हैं सीडीएमए में, जिसे हम एक्सऑर गेट कहते हैं, एक्सऑर की सहायता से निकालते हैं। मैं बहुत तेजी से करता हूं क्योंकि मुझे वार्निंग आ गई है डॉक्टर मुनीस की कि अगर देखो भाई ठीक से चलना है तो टाइम से। क्या टाइम हो गया? मेरी तो कल फ्लाइट आपने बुक करा रखी है, मैं तो भाग जाऊंगा कल ना। फिर कभी आऊंगा, जब कभी आप लोग अगर चाहेंगे तो फिर आऊंगा, और आपका मैनेजमेंट बुलाएगा तो आऊंगा। सो मैं बहुत तेजी से चलता हूं, अब ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगाऊंगा। देखिए, व्हाट द मैजिक इज देयर, we are in CDMA, we are spreading the data. We are spreading the data means we are spreading the data over to whole bandwidth. You see the first figure, this is our conventional transmission, where this is the noise level and this is the signal. Signal is well above the noise level, but in CDMA, signal is below the noise level. Signal is below the noise level and it is being saved. How? That is with the help of spreading factor. One factor is called spreading factor. That is also called processing gain. In TS Rappaport book, it is defined as processing gain. So that formula is there. You will find that first data is compressed 2000 times in this case, where the transmission bandwidth is 2 gigahertz and data is 1 kilohertz, that is 33 dB. It is being, data is being compressed, and at the receiver side it is again being boomed back 2000 times. So when it is transmitted, it is below the noise, but it is a part of noise, so noise is not affecting it. And after at the receiver side, it is again re-expanded, means first it is spreaded, then at the receiver side it is de-spreaded, means it is again boomed back 2000 times again above the noise level. And that is the beauty of CDMA. It is working like anything. CDMA का ये डायग्राम है जो कि जनरली आपके बुक्स में बना होता होगा, आप देखते होंगे। मैं आपको एक ही एग्जांपल दिया, लेकिन अब टाइम नहीं मेरे पास। मैं इस एग्जांपल से आपको दिखा सकता था कि एग्जैक्टली सीडीएमए पेपर पे कैसे काम करता है। जब हम सिमुलेशन का प्रोग्राम लिखते हैं इसके, तो सिमुलेशन प्रोग्राम में वो काम कैसे करता है, ये मैं स्लाइड्स दे दूंगा यहाँ पर, आई डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम। आप पढ़ पाएंगे तो ठीक है, नहीं तो फिर अगली बार जब कभी आपके यहाँ आएगा बुलावा तो फिर आके मैं इसको एक्सप्लेन कर सकता हूं कि कैसे सीडीएमए एग्जैक्टली थ्योरी पे काम करता है और कैसे डिकोडिंग होती है डेटा की, एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है सीडीएमए में, सीडीएमए क्यों खराब है। सीडीएमए में कुछ खराबियां हैं, मैं सीडीएमए की तारीफ नहीं कर रहा, देयर आर सम डिमेरिट्स, क्वाइट very bad demerits where the scope is lying for further research. कैसे कोरिलेशन का काम इसमें होता है? टाइम चूंकि अब खत्म ही कर दिया है, डॉक्टर मुनीश कहाँ चले गए? अच्छा मेरे, तो मैं कुछ कह ही नहीं सकता। Also there is another multiple access scheme called OFDMA, ऑर्थोगोनल फ्रीक्वेंसी डिवीजन मल्टीपल एक्सेस स्कीम। यहां पर कोड्स ऑर्थोगोनल होते हैं, वो फ्रीक्वेंसी कैरियर ऑर्थोगोनल होते हैं। दैट इज कॉल्ड OFDMA, एंड वी आर हैविंग द combination of OFDMA and CDMA, that is called MC-CDMA, multi-carrier CDMA. So that technique is very much predominant presently, and in 5G we are using this technique for multiple access. This is called multi-carrier CDMA. Then there is another technique, the TD-SCDMA. This technique is being used in China. China का क्या बोल रहा था कि साहब हम तो इतनी बड़ी आबादी हैं, हम क्यों यूज करें GSM, हम क्यों यूज करें TDMA, इतनी बड़ी आबादी, कंज्यूमर हमारे पास ज्यादा, हम अपना बनाएंगे। तो उसने अपना बनाया टाइम डिवीजन सिंक्रोनस CDMA, उसने खुद का बना लिया अपना। हम भी बना सकते हैं अपना, इट्स नॉट ए प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन हमने चूंकि वो एक खून में आ जाती है ना, 200 साल गुलामी की थी ना, तो जल्दी जाती नहीं है, काफी कई है लेकिन अभी पूरी नहीं गई है, तो हमने सारे स्टैंडर्ड्स वहां से अडॉप्ट किए हुए हैं, अपने नहीं बनाए, बट नाउ वी आर इन प्रोसेस, अब बनाते हैं। नाउ अब असली चीज पे आते हैं, जो जिसके लिए मैं वाकई आया था, मैं जिसको बता ही नहीं पाया। एक स्कीम है इंडेक्स मॉड्यूलेशन मल्टीपल एक्सेस स्कीम्स, और दूसरी है एक इंटरलीव डिवीजन मल्टीपल एक्सेस स्कीम्स, और इनके भी कॉम्बिनेशन है OFDM और CDMA के साथ साथ। आपको कभी एक चीज कभी ख्याल में आई कि हम सबकी शक्लें कैसे अलग हैं? ये ईश्वर को कैसे पता चला कि हमारी शक्ल कैसी होनी चाहिए? हम एक दूसरे को कैसे पहचानते हैं? हाथ से नहीं, शक्ल से ना। तो ये क्या स्ट्रेंज नहीं है कि इतनी आबादी होने के बाद भी हम लोगों की शक्लें अलग अलग ही होती हैं? तो ये कैसे होती हैं? इसके पीछे मैथमेटिक्स क्या है? जो मैथमेटिकल मॉडलिंग में डॉक्टर गुप्ता काम करते हैं, कभी डॉक्टर गुप्ता आपने शायद सोचा ना होगा, मैंने सोचा था, एंड दैट वाज द रीजन बिहाइंड दिस particular multiple access scheme on which I have worked, and fortunately I am one of, you can say, I'm the second, I am having second largest publication in this area in the world, in this scheme. Here basically what happens, your data, whatever data, your data which is to be sent on the communication channel is first being scrambled, rearranged in a known fashion, just like शकुनी का तुमने देखा होगा महाभारत में, पासे फेंकने का तरीका, पासा फेंका, एक स्क्रैम्बलिंग किया, रिसीवर एंड पर डीस्क्रैम्बल किया डेटा को वापस, ये हमें इसे कहते हैं हम लोग इंटरलीवर। सो इंटरलीविंग ऑफ ए सीक्वेंस, जैसे कि कभी टेलरिंग के पास जाइए तो वो धागे की इंटरलीविंग करता है, धागे को एक नोन फैशन में फंसाता है, वैसे ही जैसे डेटा को हम फंसा सकते हैं। That interleaving can be done in a random manner or a pre-calculated manner. Again वो मैथमेटिकल पर जाएगा। हमारे चेहरे में कितने अंग हैं? नोज, लिप्स, आईज, आईब्रोज, फोरहेड, ढेर सारे हैं, और शेप आल्सो। कितने फैक्टर्स हुए? जस्ट गिन के देखिए, 7 हुए, 7-8 जितने भी फैक्टर्स हुए। अब इनकी वैरायटी देखिए, फोरहेड कैसा कैसा हो सकता है? छोटा हो सकता है, बड़ा हो सकता है, चौड़ा हो सकता है, ऐसा हो सकता है, कैसा भी हो सकता है। ऐसे भौं भी कई तरीके की हो सकती हैं, नोज कई तरीके की हो सकती है। अब इन सबके कॉम्बिनेशंस में आइए और फिर मैथमेटिकली कैलकुलेट कीजिए। आई हैव कैलकुलेटेड, इट्स कमिंग टू बी अराउंड 1000 ट्रिलियन मिलियन। तो अगर विश्व की आबादी आज की तारीख में 800 करोड़ है, तो ये बहुत कम है, शक्लें आगे तक नहीं मिलेंगी, चिंता मत करिए। ईश्वर के पास बड़े कॉम्बिनेशंस अवेलेबल हैं हम सबके। तो उसी बेस पर ये इंटरलीव डिवीजन मल्टीपल एक्सेस स्कीम हमने डिजाइन की थी, जिसमें कि आप कभी गूगल पे डाल के देखिएगा, मेरे नाम के बिना भी देखिएगा, आईडीए में देखिएगा तो यू विल फाइंड सम रिसर्चेज इन स्पेशली इन IEEE. IEEE पे डालिएगा, then you will find two names mainly, Professor Leaping from City University of Hong Kong, and second number पे मेरा नाम मिलेगा, मनोज शुक्ला. So that IDMA is a technique where you are using basically interleaver as a tool of distinguishing the different users. Means the data of one user, data of other user, and data of another user is being separated, is being recognized by the unique interleavers. Means the sequence mechanism allotted to each user so that their data is not having any correlation with each other. Means their cross correlation is almost zero and they cannot interfere to each other. Once they cannot interfere to each other, the data can be very safe, not disturbed, will be with no noise, and can be transmitted over a channel from one place to other place very efficiently. So Dr. Munish, I think time is over. So मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. मैं सच बताऊं आप लोगों के लिए मैंने स्लाइड छोटी कर दी थी. ये केवल 90 स्लाइड्स थी. मैंने जब मैं आईडीएमए पर जाता हूं मैं देखो पार कर गया, सब खत्म हो गई. घबराओ नहीं, मेरा पढ़ाने में आप बोर नहीं होंगे, इतना मुझे भरोसा है. इतना बुरा नहीं पढ़ाता कभी मैं कि व्यक्ति जो है वो थोड़ी देर बाद घड़ी देखना शुरू करे. मैंने कहा ना, कल भी मैंने कहा था, बच्चे आमतौर पर दो तरीके के टीचर होते हैं. एक में आपको घड़ी देखनी पड़ती है और एक में आप घड़ी नहीं देखते. तो मैं कोशिश करता हूं ऐसा टीचर बनूं कि मेरे पढ़ाने में लोग घड़ी ना देखें. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's a very valuable lecture today we have. Yes? So give a big round of applause for sir. Now, the next talk is by Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta. Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta received his master's and PhD degree in the Department of Industrial Engineering. Sorry, sir. एक मिनट अच्छा ओके Now I request Dr. Munish Sethi, Dean Research, to present the memento to Professor Manoj Kumar Shukla as a token of love. Please, sir.
बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे आके. थैंक यू सर.
हाँ जी. Now we have next talk by Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta. Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta received his master's and PhD degree in the Department of Industrial Engineering and Operations Research at IIT Bombay. His primary research is focused on stochastic operations research, sequential decision making, and healthcare operations management. He received the Best Thesis Award for his PhD work in dynamic priority at IIT Bombay. He is a recipient of a CIMI postdoc fellowship at Computer Science and Research Institute of Toulouse, France. He worked as a postdoctoral researcher in Singapore University of Technology and Design in the area of congestion games to improve healthcare operations. He also worked as a scientist in TCS Innovations Labs, Hyderabad, on machine learning techniques for dynamic pricing in e-commerce retail stores. His work has been published in several leading journals and conferences, including ACM Transactions on modeling and performance evaluation of computing systems, computer communication, applied mathematical modeling, International Conference on Machine Learning, ICML, Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence, AAA, Manufacturing and Service Operations Management. The talk of Sir is based on multi-armed bandit problems and its applications. Now, I invite Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta. Sir, please continue with the lecture.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very hard time to have a talk at this time, like lunch is waiting. So we are going to play a game, all right? So, and I'll need a volunteer to play a game. And with the help of that game, I'll be introducing this topic, multi-arm bandit problem. And it is not going to be the way like I speak for half an hour and then you ask questions. I'll force you to ask questions in middle, okay? So let's get started. So these are the things that we plan to cover in the entire session. So we'll be looking at multi-arm bandit problem. What are the algorithms for that? We'll look at a couple of applications and then connect it out with the area of reinforcement learning. So that's the overall plan. So let's get started. So let's say in the game you have 3 coins, all right? And you don't know what is the probability of coming up head in these coins. So these probabilities P1, P2 and P3 are unknown to you. And they might not be 0.5, all right? So coin may be biased. So the first coin might have, say, probability of coming up 0.8, second might have 0.7, third one might have 0.01. You don't know that, all right? And what you have to do is the following. Play the game, and you have been given 20 tosses. And the idea is you have to maximize the total number of eggs, okay? So let me have a volunteer, and let's play the game. So I'll just run the script here. Is that visible? Is it visible? Oh my God, it's not visible to. Okay, I can probably make it bigger. Yeah. Yeah, is that okay now? Yeah, okay, all right. So yeah, who is going to play the game? I need one volunteer. Yeah, so who is going to play the game? Should I pick the one? Yeah, okay, your name? Uday, all right, Uday. So did you understand the game? What is it? 20 tosses are given. You don't know what is the probability of coming up head, all right? And you have to choose in every toss what comes up, okay, what you choose. So you can tell me which coin you want to play, coin 1, coin 2 or coin 3, all right? And I'll play that coin and you don't know the background probability. You will see whether you got head or tail. You have to do it for 20 tosses and maximize the number of heads. That's the thing. Okay, tell me, what is the first coin I should be tossing? One. All right. So I tossed coin one. You got head. What do I do next? Two. You got tail. Three. You got head. So what do I do next? Again one. So here you go. You got head. You got head. Yeah, you can see what you are getting, no? So there are H, there are T, right? You can see the observation. So coin one, you have tossed 2 times, you got head, all the 2 times. Coin two, you have tossed 1 times, you got tail. And coin three, you have tossed 2 times, you got head. What do you want now? No, you have to play on your own wisdom, okay? So let it be 1. You got head. Now 3. 3 also you got head. 2 you got tail again. 3 you got head. 2 you got head. Now 3 you got tail. So number of tosses left is now 9. All right. So you have 9 tosses remaining. How do you want to go ahead? Coin 1. You got head.
Again, coin 3.
Again coin 3. You got head.
Coin 3.
Coin 3. Head.
Coin 2.
2. You got tail. So 5 more tosses.
Again, coin 2.
Again coin 2. You again got tail.
And again, coin 2.
Again coin 2. So you got head.
Now 1.
Now 1. You got tail.
Again 1.
Again 1. Again got tail. Now is the last one. 1. All right. So out of 20 tosses, you got 13 heads. All right. So I'll just show you what was the correct probabilities. So the correct probability for coin was 1 was 0.6, coin 2 it was 0.3, and for coin 3 it was 0.8. All right. So now let me ask you this question. Suppose you knew these probabilities. Okay. So just think about it. If you knew these probabilities, how will you play the game? Yeah. So if I had told you that these are the correct probabilities, for coin 1 will come up with head with probability 0.6, coin 2 will come up with head with probability 0.3, and coin 3 will come up with head with probability 0.8. How will you play? Coin 3 all the time, no? Isn't that right? Okay. So if you play coin 3 all the time, how many heads will you get? Sorry? Maximum is okay. You had 20 tosses, right? Can you get all 20 heads if the probability is 0.8? No? How many will you get? Sorry? 80%. That means 16 of 80% of 16 is 80% of 20 is 16. Right? So you are saying if I play coin 3 all the time, I'll get 16 heads. So is there anyone who disagree with his answer? Yeah, only Tarun. Should I play the game again? Play coin 3 all the time? Okay, let's do it. So I'll just be playing 3. Oh, I got 16. But the point is, if I play it again and again, it's not necessary that I do get 16, because there are these probabilities, and in the background, the random number generator is actually doing these things. Okay. yeah, I mean, this time it so happens that you got 16, and on an average you will get 16. All right. So can anyone, are you aware of random variables? Have you heard about random variables, probability statistics course in your BTech? No. Okay, anyone. All right, doesn't matter if you haven't heard about it. So basically, the distribution of the number of heads is going to be binomial with, with two parameters, 20 as n, which was number of trials, and the probability of success is 0.8. Okay, so it's a random variable. It can take just one. It can just take value 20. It could be anything, and on average the mean of this random variable is n into p. That's why you get 20 into 0.8, which is 16. Okay, all right, so far so good. We played the game, nice. Let's come back to our setup. We have spoken about this slide. Yeah, please sit down, please have a seat. So if you knew these probabilities, then you said you would be always playing 0.3. Okay, so basically, I mean, why we were doing this funny looking game was the fact that this is related to a very famous problem called multi-arm bandit problem. So you have not been given these probabilities and you have to play the game. And all you could do is to make decisions based on the observations that you see. All right. So what was Uday seeing as an observation in his game was these head and tails. So perhaps the way to play the game, we might have decided some algorithm that maybe whichever coin has given me the maximum number of heads so far, that's the one I'll be playing for the rest of the period. So there can be several ways by which he could have decided that, but typically this exact game is associated with what is known as multi-arm bandit problem. So let me just explain it over here. So original terminology came from gambling, where you had to pull these levers and then you end up getting the reward. So you don't know which machine is having higher reward as compared to the other ones, and you would only know that by just pulling these levers, and eventually you might be able to come up with some sort of estimates for yourself. Okay, so what is the learning problem here? The learning problem is which arm is the best, right? So in our game, 0.3 was the best. That's what we wanted to figure out by playing it. And what is the decision that you are choosing? So your decision is actually which arm to try next. So every time when he had taken a particular decision to choose coin 1, coin 2, or coin 3, he had to decide that next time which coin I'm going to play next, right? So that was the decision problem. So all right, now we have understood what is a multi-arm bandit problem. Let's try to look at some serious applications of MABP problem. So some of the applications include in computational advertising. So you have been given, say, set of templates. So these templates are given to you, and believe it or not, but many times few set of people will be more attracted to certain template of the car. Maybe someone would like the red color and someone else would like the white color, and the position or the way a particular car has been shown to you. So here you have a set of images that you could put up in your web page, and there is a space that has been given in the web page, and you have to make a decision which template to choose. All right. So if I try to formulate this as multi-arm bandit problem, what would be the bandits? What would be the decision problem? And what would be the learning problem? What decision do you want to do here? So basically you want to pick up which template to show it to the users, right? So in advertising, that's a very big challenge to decide. You have been given a set of advertisements, and you have a fixed space in your web page where you want to just show a particular advertisement. So you have to decide which advertisement to show. So basically the decision problem over here is the advertisement that you want to, the template that you want to use, and the learning problem is you don't know what is click-through rate, right? So you have a bunch of population and you're just not aware whether the population is more prone to click a particular template of advertisement or not. So that's one application of multi-arm bandit problem. Another application is on music recommendation. So where you have a set of basically songs that could be recommended to target users. So if you just connect it back with multi-arm bandit problem, you would see that basically the decision problem is to which song do you want to recommend next, and the learning problem is in the beginning you are not aware that which song is likely to click to a particular user, so you are unaware of their perhaps probabilistic ratings. So this can also be formed as a multi-arm bandit problem, and there are several examples. So this has been taken from this paper. So applications include clinical trials, web design, content optimization, and so on. And each one of them, in each one of them, I've written here what are the actions that you would be choosing. So actions are your bandits, right? Like the coins. And on the other hand, you have to also decide what is the reward, like the head or tail or click-through rate. Similarly, you have like bunch of options for the rewards. So, for example, when you have say dynamic pricing, then your revenue will be the lever that you want to maximize, right? So, similarly, you have many more. And here I've listed a set of white papers which are being used in different popular platforms: Facebook, Adobe, Shittrio, Spotify, Google, Yahoo, and so on. And they have been able to use some or the other variation of whatever problem we discussed, which was multi-arm bandit problem. By using, if you go into the details of these papers, you might be able to find out the details that how exactly they are modeling these things as a multi-arm bandit problem. Other than this, so dynamic pricing, fortunately, I myself could do some work in dynamic pricing where when I was working in TCS, we could deploy some of the multi-arm bandit algorithms using, for the dynamic pricing of retail customers, but there are a bunch of people like Groupon, Walmart, Rulala, Airbnb. Many of them you may want to look at these white papers, which they have been able to use in some way or the other the problem of multi-arm bandit problem. So now that we have enough motivation to basically understand on this particular problem, and apparently there has been a lot of growth in recent years. So the number of papers and the work has been increasing in this area of research. Uh, basically, I'll try to wind up by 1:30. So in order to ensure that I'll not be getting into details of how do you solve the problem, but rather I'll ask you this question: how do you play the game? What is the algorithm that you can think of for playing that game? Yeah. So yeah, I understand that the lunch is waiting. So in 5 minutes, I think we are going to have a discussion that how do you come up with the good algorithm to solve this problem of the game that we described. What are your thoughts? Yeah. How do you come up with a good algorithm? Anyone, anything that you can think of? Or maybe I'll have to start with Uday. He has played the game. So what was the thoughts? What were the thoughts? How did you play the game? Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else would like to? Otherwise, I'll have to ask Tarun. Yeah, but then maybe let's first. Yeah. Yes, Uday. Any thought? It's okay. You can just say that I want to play randomly. That's also okay. I'll pick 1, 2, 3 randomly all the time. Yes. So you want to play randomly? Randomly play arm 1, play arm 2, play coin 3 all the time. That's what you want to do, right? Can there be a way by which you can improve it? I mean, do you think by some way you can improve it instead of playing all the arms all the time, all the coins all the time? So you can play coin 1. So you are saying that you will be picking coin 1, coin 2, coin 3 uniformly at random, right? So I'll first play coin 1, then coin 2, then coin 3, then again coin 1, coin 2, coin 3, and so on, right? I'm asking, can you improve this algorithm? Can there be a better way to do it? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But maybe after playing 1, 2, 3, if you had got head on 1 and head on 3, you might not play 2. You may play just 1, 3, 1, 3. You may do that, right? So basically, Okay. Okay. So we'll observe the pattern and then you stick to that arm. You could do that. So maybe you say that we'll be observing this for say 10 periods, and then after 10 period, whichever coin has done the best, then that's what I'll be picking, right? So this 10 period is called the exploration period, and the remaining period is called exploitation period. So whenever you try reading anything on reinforcement learning, you'll always face this term exploration versus exploitation trade-off. So in exploration phase, you just explore your environment, and in exploitation phase, you just fix it up and say that, okay, based on my exploration phase, this is what the best result is. So I'll just stick to this. Okay. So and this typically is the algorithm called very first cut algorithm, which is explore then commit algorithm. So here you explore for certain amount of period and then stick to one particular coin for rest of the period. And there are like some variations of doing the same thing in some other ways. That's all right. But let me put up another question, and that will be end of it. Okay. So let's say Uday has come up with one algorithm in which he said he's going to play uniformly at random. And let's say, what is your name? Sejal. So let's say Sejal has come up with another algorithm and she says that she'll explore for 10 periods and then commit. So how do you evaluate the algorithm? How do you say that Uday's algorithm is better than Sejal's algorithm or the other way around? What would be the way to do it? But how do I evaluate the algorithm at the end? The total number of heads, right? So the total number of heads, whoever has got more is the one is winning in the game, right? So what's the maximum head you could have obtained? So earlier you said 16, right? Remember? So that was the mean, the maximum mean you could have obtained. So in all reinforcement learning algorithm, we don't talk about the maximization of cumulative reward. Rather, we talk about regret, right? So when you had got 13 out of 18, then your regret is 5. Maybe if she does the experiment, she gets more than 13, might get 15. So her regret will be 3 in that case. Okay. So that's the notion. Basically, the algorithm evaluation happens using this notion of regret, and there are a lot of mathematical details. Let's not get into that. And the point is, we would like to minimize this regret. Okay, so this regret is captured in this term RT. Okay, and the bad news is all the algorithms that you have described are going to have so-called linear regret, right? So they are going to increase with time, whereas what we want to do is to have a sublinear regret. That means the limit goes to 0 as time progresses. Okay, so because of this, we have a couple of other algorithms which can do better, where you use a few more sophisticated techniques like confidence interval or Bayes theorem, and on the basis of that you can actually get better algorithms. They do not have linear regret, they have sublinear regret. That means they are doing better than whatever algorithms you had proposed, and that's the those are the popular ones. You could also refer to them in the papers that I had mentioned, the white papers. So all right, I mean, let me just connect it out with the original reinforcement learning problem with the multi-arm bandit problem that we did. So basically in the multi-arm bandit problem, we had this setup. So we had a learner who was Uday, and we had a MAB environment, which was the game, all right? And Uday was taking the action. That means he was playing a coin, and then the simulator was giving the reward, right? That's what happened in the multi-arm bandit setup. Whereas in a reinforcement learning setup, this thing remains same. So you have the reward and you have the actions, but on the top of that, you also have the state variable, right? So when environment not only returns you the reward, it also returns you next state. So you can imagine the algorithms for that will be more complicated. And indeed, I'll wind up by saying that there are a lot of resources for RL. You could look at these open books, blogs, video lectures, and probably if we can see this video, then this is where we'll just end, which is a 2 minutes video, and that's the end of it. Okay, all right. Can we see it?
Conclave Zero is the strongest Go program in the world. It outperformed all previous versions of AlphaGo. Specifically, it defeated the version of AlphaGo that won
this output itself only from self-play, without any human knowledge, without any human data, without any human examples or features or intervention from humans. It discovers how to play the game of Go completely from first principles. So what we started to see was that AlphaGo Zero not only rediscovered the common patterns and openings that humans tend to play, these Giuseppe patterns that humans play in the corners, it also learned them, discovered them, and ultimately discarded them in preference for its own variants, which humans don't even know about play at the moment. People tend to assume that machine learning is all about big data and massive amounts of computation. But actually what we saw in AlphaGo Zero is that algorithms matter much more than either compute or data availability. In fact, in AlphaGo Zero, we use more than an order of magnitude less computation than we used in previous versions of AlphaGo, and yet was able to perform at a much higher level due to using much more principled algorithms than we had before. Tabular rasa learning is extremely important to our goals and ambitions of DeepMind, and the reason is that if you can achieve tabular rasa learning, you really have an agent that could be transplanted from the game of Go to any other domain. You untie yourself from the specifics of the domain you're in, and you come up with an algorithm which is so general that it can be applied anywhere.
All right. Yeah, just so the idea of the talk was to motivate you about reinforcement learning. So basically, this person who was shown in this video is Professor David Silver. He is with the University College London and on deputation to work in DeepMind, and where he has been very instrumental in developing a lot of interesting RL algorithms. So indeed, a lot of indeed, lot of basically videos which I mentioned in my slide, I can happily share that with you. So you can actually go, and it's like around I think 30 hours of lessons from that faculty, and they are very accessible and probably easy to understand. So I hope with this you are motivated enough to go back and understand reinforcement learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Vice Chancellor, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Manu Kumar Gupta. Now I request to all the students, after the lunch, the session will start at 2:30 and you have to get back at 2:30. Thank you.
a flow chart, but then the geographic extent of all these supply chains is actually global. And in terms of time, the dynamics occurs, say, decisions with which we have to live for multiple decades. Consider maybe generation expansion in a coal plant, for instance. And we have to match electricity real time. So that's like 50 hertz, 50 times a second. So that is the span of this network of supply chains, interconnected supply chains. And to paint the big picture, so we consume energy because we know it's correlated to human development. We know it's a necessary factor input to economic activity. And globally, say, the consumption of energy per se has been increasing forever in some sense. So we have data in terms of modern fuels on, say, coal. It used to be the prominent fuel, then the income of gas, oil first, then gas later. And currently, at the bottom, we have somewhere, say, the renewable energy. And this is India. So this is where we stand relative to, say, maybe Europe or China. So the major big blocks which India is comparable to. And in terms of composition, so this energy is constituted, this is the global consumption, constituted by the select fuels, and so say wind and solar is relatively recent. And of course, the energy consumption, for all the good reasons, does not come without externalities. And we now know, say from IPCC, 500 gigatons is roughly correlated with 1 degree Celsius rise in the temperature. And from the energy system, we emit roughly 40 gigatons all over the world. And the decomposition of those is here. So China is the big player recently, but of course, historic emissions have been from maybe the other developed parts of the world. So essentially trying to say that there are concerns about energy consumption. We want to do it, but then we need to be mindful of some other externalities which come along with it. And energy, again, this is just another way of rendering the same information. So we see some signatures for the major global events in this plot. So be it the recession in 2009 or maybe the 1970s war. And there is in fact when sort of sincere efforts began into understanding where is the energy coming from. Do we need to nudge or do we change the behavior of actors, the entire network of energy? So be it energy producers, be it energy consumers, or say, be it the supply chain in between. And again, to reiterate, the key themes are climate change mitigation, renewable integration, pollution abatement, electrification of mobility, and carbon capture and whatnot. Some of those things are there. So this is a nightlight image for India. It's a decade old. And I think if you take a snapshot now, it'll be much brighter. So one wonders, where is this electricity coming from? So again, these are all the generation plants. We're all the spread and the categorization across fuels. So they're cumulatively generating all the electricity which we're consuming and which reflects in the satellite image as the image which I showed to you on the previous slide. And along with this, there are several concerns around the energy system supply chains. So here, again, for comparison, I compare the emissions of CO2 as well as of sulfur dioxide with China. So they've had a very exemplary performance in terms of reducing their SOx emissions. So here again, and we are comparable to them in some sense. So again, we have blue dots for India and the red dots for China. So although our electricity consumption is relatively less compared to China here, but our SOx emissions are actually more than them. Another set of concerns is with the capacity utilization of our fleet. So the fleet is residing at all the places which I showed to you on the previous picture on the map. And those of you who are aware, so capacity utilization of these large assets tends to, say, you build out an asset which is maybe costing you 5 crores per megawatt in a single plant with maybe 1,000 megawatts, and then you make it run for say 20 years. So you assume some capacity utilization while investing in that decision. But then it turns out, just because how the system is evolving, you're able to run it as you assumed while investing in that. So stranding assets, reduction in capacity utilization is a serious concern. And on the plot on the screen, I show you the results from the Ministry of Power. So it's the actual factors for plants residing in the private sector, state sector, and the central sector. So the three main ownership categories that we have for these large power plants. And of course, going forward, then India has already made commitments as to the net zero by 2070. And other than this top line statement, we have targets for sourcing, maybe having deploying gigawatts of renewable energy, or reducing by 1 billion ton the emissions, and improving the economic intensity, the GDP intensity of GDP by 35-40% compared to the baseline in 2005. So again, so I reiterate the slide which I showed to you earlier. So there's a need and requirement and the potential to nudge activities of consumers, suppliers, producers, and supply chain actors to ensure some desirable outcomes. The desirable outcomes are to minimize emissions, maybe provide access, and stimulate maybe national competitiveness in terms of energy as a factor input. And this is the next assertion that I make, that to be able to do this, to be able to map the entire network of supply chains first in order to model and then be able to prescribe some policies, or to begin to comprehend all the myriad issues which I've discussed, which I've listed on the screen here as well. To comprehend these issues, energy system optimization models are indispensable for addressing this need and harnessing the potential which resides with all the stakeholders. And what are energy system optimization models? And what they help us do. So before that, I just show a snapshot. This one, again, this picture is from International Energy Agency. So they are projecting into the future, and its scenario, it was made clear by our inaugural speaker today, how a forecast is maybe different from a scenario. The scenario projecting into the future, and of course, that's how you'll begin doing it, right? If you make a projection that you want to be net zero by a certain year, so what next? You need a technology roadmap, and then you need policies to support actions by various stakeholders to achieve that, right? So this is essentially what you get by applying an energy system optimization model. And at the back end, it has, say, equations which will be millions in numbers. So say if I, for a typical model, if I print the equations on A4 page, I could stack them up from here to here for a single model. So essentially, there are the models come in various flavors, linear, mixed integer, and several some categories there. So essentially, you have some energy balance constraints, ramping constraints. So again, the inaugural speaker spoke about, say, these are large machines, even willing to pay people to buy money, or to take the electricity which you're producing, say, at night, because if you're shutting down your power plant, it's costing you a lot more to turn it off rather than just paying somebody to buy electricity from you. So these are all the considerations which we sort of systematically combine, sort of first capture in some select equations, and then put all of those equations together, map the entire complex network of supply chains, and then project that into future, optimizing maybe on your carbon emissions, or maybe trying to electrify your mobility, and then maybe just try to answer a lot of what-if questions. And yeah, this is, so the yellow, they are the convergent technologies, and all the lines that are there are some sort of the flows of various commodities in a typical energy system. So essentially, it tends to be quite a large network, and this is essentially what we try to scan. So we map the entire energy system by way of these equations, and then we just look for the answers to select questions, some of which I've listed already. And once you're able to do that, then you project it into future, and then you're able to make things like this. This is called a key diagram. So see, maybe again, should we be electrifying mobility? Should we not? How do you begin to answer this question? Right? And maybe introduce renewable energy to what extent? So what means 500 gigawatts? So we had a target for 120 gigawatts by 2022. We're a bit short of that. But nonetheless, those of you who work in this area will know the myriad questions that arise with systemic large-scale integration. So it's okay until, say, 5, 6, 7%. Then you move 10, 11, 12, then there are questions about system flexibility, system adequacy, system reliability, and whatnot. So essentially, so this is my second argument. So first, we need to do something about the nudge, the actions of the stakeholders in the energy system to certain ends, which are important, which we collectively agree that it's important for us to do. Then second, that energy system optimization models are one of the epistemological pillars. So that is why the word epistemology in the title, that we need to know these things, but how do you know? So this is sort of one step forward in that direction. This is sort of what I have done. So here on the x-axis is, say, detail. On the y-axis is the time frame for analyzing the dynamics in the energy systems. So I basically, over the last 8-9 years that I've been working in this area across different places, have sort of published in, I worked with energy system optimization models, worked on economic dispatch, unit commitment, and production costing. And the belief is that if you're able to do it properly, this entire exercise properly, that we have the capability to develop roadmaps and then policies to actually materialize a high-level plan that we might collectively believe in, and then identify the various technology and business opportunities that might come along with it. And again, it could be for a big business, existing business, or it could be a new entrepreneur or a new solution. And assess then the detail, the value chains, the corresponding value chains for those individual opportunities. Be those opportunities in the business models, maybe in the market mechanism. So we saw some example of stock market earlier in the day, but we have long-term contracts and whatnot. So that's the step from there on. And then the innovation system that we might need to foster to enable those activities by the individual stakeholders. And it is in this sense that I mean essentially that this epistemological pillar for handling or managing energy transitions allows us to unlock the potentials in research and industry. We're sort of coming together with a shared belief based on a quantitative narrative, not just me asking you to believe me, but then I show you that what happens underneath, and then collectively then we can maybe take steps in that direction. So, story thus far, energy and the systems that provision it are important and complex. And the energy optimization modeling as a discipline of practice is a systematic way to map the entire energy system and project it into future states under various scenarios, conditions. So decarbonization being the obvious candidate, which everybody would probably be familiar with. And of course, it's the standard practice, again, basis my little experience engaging with the international modeling community. So this is how these things are done in, say, USA, in Europe, maybe. Yeah, we're trying to get these things done in India as well. And I've shown you how these equations look at the back end. So I rendered some of the equations on the screen. And then I also mapped them as a complex network. So I did that. Now, this is the next important point of when I say perspectives on the epistemology of energy system optimization. So this is the main content that I have here. So now I hope I've been able to convey that system optimization is important, it's complex, needed to answer questions which we all feel important. So on the top here, I show you the typical pipeline for a modeling workflow, and this will be similar for any analytical project. After some raw data, you need some pre-processing, then you have the model, and then you need to interpret and maybe visualize results. And visualizing is no easy task. Say a typical output would have, say, you'll have some Excel file with 500,000 data points, which you would then need to plot. See the Sankey diagram which I showed to you earlier. So the back end would have an Excel file which would probably contain 500,000 data points. So it's by no means easy. So now, what do we mean by open is that the data which goes into your modeling in your analysis is openly available. The models which you're using are open to scrutiny. It's very, very important because the decisions which will be based on analysis from such models. So it's, as I mentioned, say these generating assets are capital heavy investments, and you have to live with them for a long, long time. So say, again, a coal power plant is, say, 5 crore per megawatt. And a typical installation will be 1,000 megawatts. And you have, so currently we have a portfolio of 400 gigawatts in India currently. And yeah, of that, I think some 250 is maybe thermal based. So essentially, these are fundamental transition which we're witnessing as we speak, decarbonization and whatnot. And we have to consider that we make these investments properly. So the models, underlying models which we use, it's important that they are open source, and why? Here is why. Yeah. So this is the typical workflow for optimization modeling. So again, we have some set of knowns, some known behavior about the system, which we encapsulate in the form of equations, which we render, and then we run that to simulate the operation of the system that we're trying to understand. And then we make observations that what happens if you do this, what happens if you do that. This is against, and I want to compare this with, say, a workflow for say, a machine learning based workflow where we have LHS and RHS. We divide the data set into maybe training, testing, and validation. And you have an intrinsic sense of how good or bad a fit is. So earlier in the day, you would have seen root mean square and other measures of how good or bad a fit is, which is what gives you a sense how good or bad you're doing. But in this case, when you're using these large optimization models, and it's the same kind of models used for supply chain planning everywhere. So they're optimization models, and there's no a real way to validate those. So if I give you an example, for instance, Amul has a model to optimize their milk collection every day in the morning. So I am an analyst, and I give them some suggestion. If you do this thing differently, and maybe your profits will become better. So the next thing is maybe the management decides to actually implement that, and they'll collect some data from the field, and then we know what or not. Is there a flaw in the modeling? Are you not able to capture the phenomena properly, or something? You'll have a feedback loop with which you can sort of get some sense of validation. So any knowledge system will ask, can you believe the knowledge which is coming out of it, right? So in the machine learning workflow, we have that liberty, but with the optimization kind of workflow, we don't, because we do not have any RHS as such. And the only option is to ground truthing by deploying the solution in the ground and then figuring out, is it actually working out the way your model predicts or not? But in this case, when you're using models to predict something which is going to happen a decade after, then that's not that option is not available anymore of validating through ground truthing. And that is where this idea of open source, that these models tend to be complex. So if we build them in open source, that there is a lot of scrutiny and the results are replicable, that the trust in the results is better. And it's a matter of, say, arriving at a collective understanding, which then feeds into making or technology road mapping. So here, sort of, that's another statement, again, which ties up with the title. So how do you validate the knowledge which is being generated by whatever knowledge system we're talking about? So, yeah, and here I give examples of some consortiums, consortiums building such kind of models. So one, we have the Energy Technology Systems Analysis Program from International Energy Agency. So they're the big think tank in the OECD, and yeah, so they also build these models in a consortium of researchers and modelers. And there are similar examples from, say, EASA. IDEA is another initiative in this direction. So essentially, we try to make all the analysis and the data open, and then anybody could essentially replicate the results. And the consequence is, the belief at least is, that it makes the analysis more usable, rather than some consultant doing work and the model is available as a black box. So yeah, that's the second point that I have to make. Yeah, so why open source? So here's a set of arguments for doing these models open source. So it minimizes the time of development and application for such models, and they reduce duplication of effort and frees up time, money to develop new ideas. It boosts the learning curve in energy modeling. Improves transparency, reproducibility, credibility, and understanding of energy models, which are all desirable things to have, and making reproducible research more accessible. So that's the thing. So increasingly, like, we have this crisis. So there are too many papers published, but then not many of them get used. So it's, in some sense, I think, trying to address that as well, that yeah, some of things be done in an open source manner, which ensures sort of reproducibility of results. And the consequence could be that these things increase the public acceptance of difficult infrastructure trade-offs. So where to build a line, where to install wind power, where not. So these are very contentious issues. So this is one way, say, by making the models open source, that maybe we ensure a stakeholder buy-in. Because if everybody knows that there is no hidden agenda or hidden motive, then probably they tend to come along in a better fashion. And this is where I introduce one of the initiatives which I'm associated with. So we've started with some carbon energy pathways. So it's essentially an initiative to build, say, open source libraries in R, Python, or whatever programming languages that you might be using, and to build a stack, modeling stack for doing energy system optimization models. And it was started by some of the people from IISc Bangalore and Jadavpur University, and I'm associated with for close to a year now. So yeah, so it's build a community of trained energy modelers using an open access modeling framework. And energy modeling, it need not necessarily be energy. It's quite generic. Any large scale supply chain model will have the same backbone underneath. And yeah, the objectives are in this direction to make open source a stack of a software. And then here are some more details as to what goes in the typical workflow for such a model. And again, I'll be sharing. You can have a look at it in a lot more detail. And the outcome is to come up with some set of packages for doing this analysis in a transparent and reproducible manner. All right. Again, I repeat the slide. So what are the outcomes if we are able to achieve this? So maybe we can assess various propositions to transition. So there are a lot of propositions. So this proposition, electrifying mobility. There's a proposition for introducing carbon capture, utilization, and storage. There's a proposition for hydrogen. So government just committed 20,000 crores for the hydrogen mission. So how do we where that money needs to go? And collectively, maybe we're able to identify the technology opportunities and the business opportunities in a better fashion. Assess in detail the value chain for these opportunities, and developing an innovation system then to actually enable delivery of the business or opportunities that could be identified. So, okay, so what I've done, so open source energy system optimization models offer opportunities for us. So it's nobody else is doing it in India currently. And yeah, so I've made a humble attempt here to apprise you of some of the activities which I'm engaged in. And then yeah, I'll leave it at this question. How can probably you engage with it? So thank you. I think I have I finished well in time, so I think I have time for one or two questions. So yeah, please.
I'll use your mic.
Yes.
Okay. All right. If I got you right, this ESOMS allows you to make scenarios of different evolution of what of energy usage in the system. That's the general concept. But okay, what about the likelihood of particular scenarios? Because this is the likelihood of something happening. This is because this is the step from a scenario to a probabilistic forecast.
Yeah.
And this is something we all would like to see. But is there a way, because this is a long-term horizons which we're considering, can you say anything about the likelihoods of these things happening?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So again, the horizon, the time horizon here is important. So for some of these things, again, that's the only way you could begin to start. So say you start with a headline target, 2070, everybody's committed that we want to do decarbonization. So next thing is we need a technology roadmap. Again, there are lots of ways it could diverge into. So there, we do not have this concept of, say, doing it probabilistically, because the decision space is just large. You're assuming about, say, costs, you're assuming about technologies which could be available, all those things. So there, this is not a valid question to ask. But nonetheless, it's still usable, because that's how you sort of begin to nudge action by various stakeholders. But then coming to the time frame of, say, unit commitment or, say, production planning, unit commitment could be, say, a week ahead. There we can introduce all the uncertainties. So the pricing, say, the generation cost probably for the mix of generators would be known. There could be some uncertainty in terms of maybe if you have a hydro plant, how much of it would be actually available, uncertainty in demand. So those things can be done probabilistically. And that's done through, say, Monte Carlo simulations. So you pick up a subset of decision parameters and then vary them over a certain range, step size and whatnot. And then you're able to sort of, and again, what is the expectation of the input parameters varying? For that, we can arrive at a distribution by collecting some data as to what that could be. So like, yeah, unit commitment is, say, where it could be done. Then if you go to production planning, maybe again, it's a stories. Then again, you're moving into that territory. And especially when you're going even for a longer horizon, then for sure, it's a lot of just, it's just quantitative narratives helping us to talk about these things. That is it possible to do by a certain year? Yeah, so yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think that is it. All right.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. V.K. Singh, sir. Sir, please present the memento to Dr. Tarun Kumar Sharma. Sir, stage. Thank you, sir. Now, the next talk is by Dr. Anna Kowalska. Then please 2 minutes.
2 minutes to open the presentation, right?
No, ma'am, I'm just briefing about yourself, so that's why. Thank you so much. Dr. Anna Kowalska with an MSc in Management 2001, a PhD in Electrical Power System in 2006, 4 years spent in the power industry from 2006 to 2010, and a habilitation in Management Science 2019. She possesses unique expertise on the interface of energy markets, management, and economics. Her most recent research interests include the investigation of social acceptance of innovative energy services, such as smart meters of small-scale renewable generation, as well as of alternative fuel vehicles, such as battery electrical ones. Apart from empirical studies, she is keen on modeling of adoption rates and diffusion of innovation by means of agent-based stimulation. Ma'am's topic of today is smart meters and consumer behavior. Now, I would like to call Dr. Anna Kowalska, ma'am. Ma'am, please continue with the lecture.
This is the.
I'm not here.
No. You had put it in this or not?
I did.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I know what happened. Because since you uploaded, I did not connect my.
Okay. So what can we do now?
Just 1 second.
Okay. Okay, now it's working. I just said that we have to look for my presentation, so in the meantime, you can relax yourself a little bit, take some exercise or whatsoever. Maybe from the email box? The name of the file was Kowalska, Pryzalska, and then...
It's just that the folder needs to sync.
Don't worry, don't worry. And is it not possible just to open the email box and then we will find the presentation? Maybe it will be the fastest one. I was taking photos once. Oh, that's it. With my younger brother.